hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Okay. I agree, Kevin. I agree. It is time to start. Being baited by con usage of being here anyway. Listen, Priz, I use the gun unironically now, and I'm gonna flex with it today. We're gonna flex. But ugh, it's still weird to me that the gun isn't trash now. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Anyway, it's me, and it's a Kevin. Cat. I hope you guys are doing great. Good to see all of you. Good to see all these points flowing in for the community challenge. I hope the hotfix and stuff's been treating you well. Before I forget, I'm going to mention this through the stream a couple times. Once again, it is Wonderfix Day over in the official Wonderlands Discord. I will be a guest on the show once again. I was there on the first week, K6 was on the second, and it'll be me again on the third. So if you want to check that out, that'll be over in the official Wonderlands Discord at 3 p.m. Eastern. time, which is an hour or so after I end stream. I'll be looking into some stuff that I plan on talking about then on stream today. So I suppose you get a preview indirectly. But anyway, New Mex event, how you doing? J-Bridge, Roddy, Pico, Pup T, Dex, Airconium, Priz, Itsukado. It's so hard to keep up with between the chads and the point contributions. It's so hard to follow this chat right now. Ramen, Shag, Stuff Beaver, Jester, Bot Feeds. There's so much happening. Stump, hey Herrera, and Pathy.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Chad 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 Quag Chad
Quag Chad.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Pathy, thank you for the prime in the 15 months. I appreciate it.
Qua qua qua.
And Herrera, thank you for the prime for 5 months. Qua to you as well. Thank you so much. Matt, how you doing? I think I said ramen already. Sora. Carter. Oh, how's things going on your end, Carter? I forgot to check in last time we talked. Shay, good to see you. Borbatron, hope you're well. First Primordial, and it was a Carouser? Let's go. That's a great first one.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Pat.
Hello all.
Pat, thank you so much for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kind Buds, good to see you. Hellrider, hope you're well. Welcome in, Varashi. What's happening right now? We're getting ready to start the stream. I'm saying hello to everyone while I pet my cat. Yes, I'm dragging my feet so I can pet my cat longer. Look at him. He's so cute. He's doing the thing. And yeah, we're quag chatting. So, the plan for today is I'm going to do some testing of the sniper changes. The Khan in particular got a huge damage increase, but it still has limited use cases. I'll explain the use cases and when other weapons are better in which niches and such. Ski Prod is Omega Giga Chad already and just got stronger. I don't think I need to explain much there. But there's a couple light mechanical things I'd like to test in that department. And I want to do some speedrunning of the featured with Dreadwind. Join my first stream. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Doing good. Staying at my dad's house for a couple weeks, then moving. Can't use my PC until I move into my new apartment, so that's unfortunate, but good overall. Hey, glad to hear it. Hey, Mason. How you doing? Owl, hope you're well. Love to do emote. I'm glad you do, Simple Rick. Alright, Kevin, I gotta stop petting you. He doesn't want me to stop. Okay. Morning, Urban Mech. So, we're gonna start with, a sentence I know Prismatic has been waiting for me to say in a while. For a while. We're gonna start with the con. Now, the first thing I'm gonna do is compare this con to this great bow. These are both primordial. You stop it. You stop it right now. OBS, give me my frames back. About damn time. Hey, Tenor. I don't know why OBS is, being so, ugh. Hey, Sean, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Oh, we got a count for Quag Chad now? Let's go. Oh, we got a hype train? Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Con! Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Okay, so the thing with the con is it still is weaker than the used great bow per shot. But the waters get muddied here a bit. So the great bow is still massively more ammo efficient and will deliver more total damage over ammo spent. So if you spend 6 ammo with a great bow, you'll be doing way more damage than
Morning everyone. Hope y'all are having a good Friday so far.
having a good Friday. Thank you again, Sean. I appreciate it. If you spend, let's round off these numbers a little better. If you spend 10 ammo with a great bow for 5 shots, you'll get 2 shots of the con. You'll be doing much more damage overall with that great bow. But the thing with the con is it's got a much higher fire rate. And the other thing the con has that the great bow doesn't, the other 2 things. One, if for whatever reason you needed a non-elemental gun, con can get that, great bow can't. And that's not really a thing, but it's worth mentioning. The other thing, and the one that is relevant, is con applies crossbolts, whereas the great bow does not. So this does mean that if you have a barbaload, technically speaking, you could justify a con. Yes, Jake, I agree. You could justify a con over a great bow for short periods of time. The kicker is that this 5 ammo per shot is utterly hungry. It's hungry. You can't shoot this gun for long at all. Can con get enchantments? No. Neither one can be enchanted. Fuck you, con sucks, apparently.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
See, that's not Kevin. Kevin's just here chilling. That's Jake losing his mind in the background. And now we get to make fun of him. I'm glad you asked. We get to make fun of the sawmill now. Yeah, we get to make fun of the sawmill now. Con no enchant, can't be enchanted.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey Shag, thank you for giving us up to Carter. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This yesterday's stream, can I get a quick recap on how scary Carouser Ski Prod are, how con is now? Carouser went from one-shotting most enemies to one-shotting most enemies. No real change other than damage ceiling go up. Skeet Prod, the chains didn't do damage before, but now they do. So Skeet Prod went from monstrous to, like, one of the top 2 guns in the game for mobbing.
We will get this 24-hour stream.
Mason, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. You might get it if I have to restart stream and you guys get to contribute double points today. Because OBS sucks! Take daily stream, poop like a Chad cat, meows loudly. True. True. Also, they knocked over my TV. And I just didn't bother picking it up because I don't fucking watch TV. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? So yeah, basically, the state of snipers in this game currently is, we had one bad sniper before the hotfix, and it was the con. Just the con. Now, we have one bad sniper after the hotfix, and it's the sawmill. So the con and the sawmill just kind of, traded places, really. This is the con right now. It's still an absolute nightmare to hit anything at range with this gun. But if you can barrel stuff, it makes things pretty dead. Hyperion superiority? True. Hyperion snipers, Hyperion shotguns. Thank you guys for the level 1 hype train. I appreciate that. Now rooting for OBS to die? I knew you would. Very excited to see next week's Oil and Spice. Honestly, I don't have strong opinions about that gun since I've only gotten it a couple times. Getting that PLC2 gear was not easy before it was put into bunnies, but now that we can farm it through bunnies after you've done a Melda 4, that's It's a lot more realistic for me to start planning around that gun. Yeah, that one shot a badass. Yep. See, the damage is there. You'll see twos and bunnies out only if you beat Imelda 4, Denalia. But yeah. Is Imelda 4 meleeable? No. No. But, weirdly, dreadwindable. Imelda 4 is not fun. I got 2 ridiculous barbaloads. I hate you, Sora. I'm just kidding. Congrats. Yeah, if you're gonna ever fight Imelda for anything other than doing it once to unlock the gear for bunnies, I would highly recommend only fighting Imelda 3. Imelda 3 is the only form of the fight that isn't completely off. Because Phase 1 of the fight always sucks, but at least with Imelda 3, Phase 2 doesn't suck. Say what now? Dreadwindable? Yeah! Shotguns and long shotguns. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Something I want to try with the con is, stacking, like, a lot of reload speed. Like, a lot. So the way the con calculates its ammo is, you see right now I have a mag size of 22. The con will allow you to fire as many times as your actual mag size allows. So if you happen to get a refill effect or some regen, it won't actually let you shoot an extra time. So like, because my mag size is 20, and the ammo cost is 5, the con will let me shoot 4 times without reloading. Even if I get ammo regen in that time to have 1 shot left over, it's gonna force me to reload. So a big factor with con usage is making sure that your mag size is optimized to allow you to hit the exact number to get another shot. So you want a multiple of 5 for your mag size with the con. So you want either, you know, unboosted magazine, or you want 100%, or you want 150%, or you want 200%. You get the idea. It has to be a multiple of 5, or else you just don't get some benefit from your stats. It's very weird. Like, having a mag size of 21 does not give you an extra shot. You still have to reload. Yeah, like, that was a 1 mil shot on Tonhammer with a con. Like, the damage is there. That's a diamond gauntlets with 3 magic bullets. That's illegal. Hey, Worlds, how you doing? Why make melee focus and priority to make a boss is actively hostile to that? I don't know. How do you select the form? You just There's a keybind for it when you're looking at the mirror before you started. Couldn't remember if that quartz spawned in this one. What's Diamond Gauntlets good for? Diamond Gauntlets gives you large amounts of elemental damage and crit chance, at the low cost of standing still. Now, because those are on-hit effects, you only need to be standing still when the actual attack lands. So if you're using a weapon that has very fast projectiles, you only have to stand still for a very short period of time. And it is a large amount of crit chance, and it is global crit chance. This means it affects things that you otherwise don't have a huge capacity to boost. Like, for example, you can't get dot status, dot crit chance, status effect crit chance. That is not a thing you can roll on, say, your rings. You need unspecified crit boosts for that. Things like the Sabomancer class feat, things like the Clawbringer's Awe skill, and things like the Diamond Gauntlets. A very relevant thing that benefits from this unspecified crit. Double knot. The crazy double knot tech you see is from the double knot itself also critting. Diamond Gauntlets improves your consistency there if you're not using from the shadows. And unlike something like a Smart Armor, where the least it can do is lower your damage potential, the least the Diamond Gauntlets will do for you is nothing. Like it's quirky, unique in a good way. I try to be. Barbaload works with Great Bow? No. It does not. Barbaload requires this text at the bottom. Crossbolts or saw blades, increase, whatever. It requires that. Great Bow doesn't have that. So Khan can Barbaload, Great Bow can't. Anyone know a good XP farm? Want to get my myth rank up? I'm told people farming for myth rank prefer Zomboss Varashi. I'm told that's the go-to. Doing anything other than hugging enemies with a con, especially if you have aim as bad as I do, is less than ideal. Just playing the game gives hella myth rank. What even is my myth rank? I self-imposed a cap of 480, but yeah, I have 170 unspent points. But some people like more, so that's how you do it. Badass trolls have a crit spot? I assume it's their face. Oh, you mean the armored ones? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. Long shotgun, I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I can't really argue. Donate some of those myth points to me. I don't want them, Roddy. I do not want them. I will never spend another point in myth rank. I intend on remaining at 480 indefinitely, because I do not want to get a significant stat advantage from myth rank. Myth rank busted? Extremely. Myth rank makes up more of your damage than most skill trees, if you invest into it. Myth rank is extremely powerful, which is why I've opted to not spend much there. Actually gonna hit the challenge? Probably pragmatic, yeah. Yeah, I told you guys I made it doable. What was that jump? You tried. No, I'm sorry, fire friend. The crab decided to burrow. See, this is a con moment. I suppose a way of using the con would be you could live off of this last shot, just using the gun. Like, if you had ammo regen, enough ammo regen, it would tick fast enough to just give you enough to shoot once, constantly. This is a strategy people use with certain weapons in BL3. Would you cap your infinite perks at? 20, Carter. 20. 480 is having all of the capped ones maxed, and then the uncapped ones at 20. See KOTOR on Switch is getting restored content mod? Yeah, Duck told me, Carter. I'm so excited. Do wish I could just donate 70k at once. Yeah, that would be nice. Alright, let's bully LeChance with the con. Why are you moving that way? Cool. So as you can see, the gun does damage. Like, depending on the target, you can make a case for Con having a faster bossing time to kill than a sword explosion. It depends on the target, but you can make a case. Oh, 25 in each uncapper, that's sweet. 420 points spent. I mean, that would be... That'd be 500. That'd be 500. Rant? What am I ranting about, Amber? Hey, Sakura, how you doing? Doing a physical release for KOTOR 2 for both PC and Switch. Might have to cop. Honestly, maybe. Does sound fun. Wholesome rant or something sniper misconception. So the sawmill got nerfed because people complained about ammo consumption on a gun that you were gonna build around sustaining via ammo regen anyway. And this is just more evidence that we need to be precise. Now, regardless of whether I agree with you on something needing a buff or not, what I will do is help you word the buff request properly, because people asking for sniper buffs weren't precise, so we got weird stuff like a carouser buff, which is, you know, 1000% unnecessary. So that was pretty low damage because I did not have my full health enchant on, but lol. One of the core aspects of the Lands game is build crafting. Build crafting often focuses on boosting damage formula towards a specific output, i.e. guns or melee or spells. Loading your formula towards a specific damage type allows you to push difficulty and content clear speed. It would seem with bosses like Imelda, Drill, and Banshee Gearbox pushing Wonderlands players towards diversifying damage type output. Does this diversification reduce player potential to climb difficulty? So the thing with Drill, Drill, you can still mechanically do each of the damage types. It took us a while to figure out that you could melee him, but you can melee Drill. You can Dreadwind Drill, you can Ghostblade Drill, you can actually true melee him. It's all possible. You can do it. It's just awkward, but doable. Now with Banshee is a little different. Banshee will, if you don't have utterly obscene DPS, will kill you for simply getting that close to her. It seems they don't want you to melee Banshee for anything other than short intervals of time, which I do feel hurts build diversity, because it ends up in a situation where if you're putting together a melee build, if it's in progress, right, and you haven't already gotten over that Banshee hurdle, and you happen to get Banshee in a random Chaos Chamber, you're like, well, shit, I could do that, but it just wouldn't be fun, so now I have to do this. Bernadette serves that purpose in the Dragonlord fight. Like, she's not tanky, she's not tough to deal with at all, but some things simply cannot interact with her. And Imelda is like that as well, where some things simply cannot interact with her. And I don't think that's a conscious thing, honestly. Because fundamentally, people who work on a game want people to play the game, right? And Imelda, half the shit in the game literally does not interact with her. Like, cannot hit her hitbox type stuff. So I think it's an oversight. Hey, Hazmat Man, how's it going? So are snipers good now? Snipers have always been good. That's the thing here. Snipers have always been good. We had exactly one bad sniper before the update, and guess what? After the update, we have exactly one bad sniper. It's just now a different sniper. So, the bad sniper used to be the gun in my hand, the cow con. Now, the bad sniper is the sawmill. They traded places. And two of the top performing snipers, the Carouser and the Ski Prod, both got buffs they didn't need. Yeah, Salt and Battery can spawn without a hilt mod. That's so annoying. I think one of these days do an OP10 Hatterax. I wish you luck. On the flip side of that, I think people assume that devs don't have nearly as much data as they do. Oh, they have a lot of data. They're game designers, not professional build crafters. People who do that will almost always outperform what the devs expect from builds. Very true. Imelda Arena is very cool. Just wish we'd get up on her platform. Yeah, it's access to the boss in Phase 1. And then in Phase 2, it's the fact that her hitbox is just... For example, Dire Sacrifice, like, doesn't hit her, weirdly. She's just out of melee reach. Storm Dragon Judgment really doesn't like to hit her. Cleansing Flames can't hit her. Ghostblade doesn't like to hit her. Weirdly, Dreadwind can do just fine. This is not OP10 Vora. As a boss design, I like that Veracitus actually interacts with the player. It's just, unfortunately, Veracitus is HP bloat because they didn't balance BL2 endgame. Mechanically, cool boss, but HP bloat. This is why big number isn't the answer. Like my burr rifle, you can still burr with the ski prod. And Sawmill isn't useless, it's just now underperforming. Hey, a fire rapscallion. There's a 40 blade one. Do I want that for something? It's cheap, I'll buy it. I can store it. Really changed like 3 perfectly well-balanced snipers for Riddick Karma. It's feedback-based. Like I've said for a long time now, Gearbox ultimately wants to please fans, right? So if a bunch of fans are asking for a thing, it's likely that they'll do it. But that's where the dangers of the ask being a bad one come in. We didn't need sniper buffs like this. Envy, fine. Envy was just okay, and Envy post-buff is still just, like, kind of fine. Carouser buff didn't break anything, but it sure as shit wasn't necessary. Skeet Prod, bug fix, cool. Buff, wildly unnecessary. Skeet Prod was already one of the fastest clearing guns in the game, really. And it's even better now. You explain the difference between normal gear and primordial? Sure. Chaos tiered items are basically granted extra character levels. So a chaotic item is 2 more character levels, a volatile item is 4 more character levels, and a primordial item is 6 more character levels. So basically, a primordial at level 40 is a level 46 item. That is the only stat difference from a non-chaos tiered. I want you to figure your box actually listens to their content creator team on balance input. I mean, I don't know how much I can answer that, honestly. But they look at feedback from all sorts of places, I can say that much. Need to balance the hardest bosses around a similar and reasonable TTK number. I assume they tend to overcompensate HP to try to cover the best possible builds. They're not really doing that either, though, Carter, because we don't have any bosses that have, like, an excess of HP in this game. It's not a thing. No matter what people think about Son of a Witch and Drill, it's not a thing. Like, we have the HP calculators. There's no excess. I forgot to grab the ammo altar. Shit. Ramen to Pride got approved on Twitch. Yeah, I saw that, Ramen. Love to see it. What's the dot on the con? High chance. That's probably why I'm seeing it active so much. That was a big ice spike. I think they did overcompensate in BL2. Oh, in BL2? Yeah. They did. That is a thing that happened. How much health did True Hag have? 48 billion. 48. When I make a build, I make it to 2 good damage, not to 1 tap, otherwise it won't be fun. Right. Nothing should be balanced around this idea of 1 tapping. Like, that's not something the majority of the player base, even if they set out to do it, are going to be able to do. You can't balance around the peak, nor can you balance around the people who can't handle any of it. You gotta balance around a midpoint. Really good featured? It is. Looking forward to running this one on Dreadwind. Is ADSing on the con tighten the bullet spread at all? It's a good question. I don't think it does. That looks about the same. It might do it a little. I'd have to do more scientific tests once I have ammo. See, this is why I'm missing that, that room 1 ammo altar. Matters quite a bit. This is one of those guns you, gotta value your shots pretty highly. I would say this, though. The Khan is the best bossing sniper if you are not outright one-shotting with a great bow. I will say that about this gun. It is the highest boss DPS sniper rifle in terms of single target. Curses are pretty agreeable. I should check out the curses. Is the best, Quag 2022. Listen. No, it's Quag 222. Fucked up, Chris. Your time has passed. Nothing to be sorry about, Fleece. Happy to have you here. Join donate to the goal. How do you think about the Con now? It's still extremely ammo hungry to the point of near impracticality. Like, imagine trying to use this thing without having sniper SDUs. Like, ugh. But, if you need a weapon to delete a boss very quickly, this gun can fill that role now. Spin. It's fun. Oh, the spells still hit him, right? I think it's just bullets that don't work while he's spinning. Cool. Realize there aren't designated legendary drop locations, or is it meant to be that way? But there are. Lots of things have sources. There are some that don't, but many things do. And that's been the case in all of the games. All the lands games. There's been some items that have locations, some that don't. And depending on how you play, one farming method might be more ideal for you than another. Is headcannon splash? No, but the explosion is. The bullet isn't, the explosion is. Love you guys, we've got things to do. Take it easy, Carter. Thanks for hanging out. I just want another Buffmeister, it's so good. I'll call it powerful. It's not good for the game. And I would caution against building a dependency on it. It is, forms bad habits. Watching the game announcements, that entire show was kind of weird, champ, to me, Mr. Adblock. None of it really stuck out to me. I think I missed the Callisto Protocol a bit. I'm excited for that game, but that was like already announced, so it wasn't a new announcement, you know? Best dedicated drop is when the drop source is in the chamber. Oh yeah. Like, for example, this is the best possible week to farm for a Sword Explosion. Because LeChance is in the chamber, in the featured. Honestly, feel like the Shadow Stance Stabbomancer ability is better. Might be that I'm using 20 Buffmeister. Better than what? I'm confused. Gonna watch World Slayer Endgame preview today. Depends on what time it is, Rager. When's that? If not, I'll watch it back later. Have you seen Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix? If so, what do you think of new season? I've not seen it. I'm not familiar. I've heard of it, but yeah, I'm not personally familiar. $245. I will probably not be watching it right away then. I'll be prepping for the Wonder Fix at that time. Yeah, spamming the con when you have the ammo feels really enjoyable, honestly. Because you can very much bullet hose this thing for very, very short periods of time. It really almost feels like they want Khan to be the bullet hose sniper in this game, and not the Sawmill. That's odd. I do that rune thing. You shoot the ball before it touches the other ball. You shoot it while it's in proximity with the other one. You blow up the dark ball with the light ball. But you gotta lead it there without it touching the terrain. Morning, Beast Knees. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm having a pretty good one. Hope you are too. I took more shots that time because I didn't aim for the crit spot, but yeah, there you go. These sawmills cause performance issues due to all the ricochets. But then they let you shoot it more. So that would be more performance issues. Like, the sawmill got a DPS nerf, but you can shoot it more. I don't know. Six Sword Explosions already today. That's sick. Yeah, it's definitely the week. I got the best fire one I've ever gotten. I put that in the bank today. I had never gotten good fire Sword Explosions, but we got one today. So that was nice. I was seeing 3 mil shots there without my action skill active in chance, so that was cool. Any specific way you recommend farming quest rewards? Just been looking at pre-chaos chamber vendors. Other than read-only farming the quest, Amber? Yeah, just check every vendor you see. So yeah, Khan is a bossing sniper, for sure. Other than the obvious read-only farm. Yeah, check every vendor you see. It might be worth save quitting a small map that is not the Chaos Chamber. So you just have other notable vendor farms, you know, farming for ice spikes and such. Dreamvale Overlook would be good for that. You could save quit farm Dreamvale Overlook. Started playing last week, so I'm trying to catch up on everything. Well, welcome in. We love helping out players experienced and inexperienced here. So any questions you've got, we're happy to answer them. Barbaload. I want more Barbaloads, but like that's not even good enough to pick up. I'm pretty sure I have this exact one somewhere too. At least we can get them from here now, though. Okay, let's do a skeep run. Is it worth doing elite runs for Chaos Trials? Only if you can handle the difficulty. It'll end up being a lot more crystals at the end of the run for you to spend on gear, but the difficulty spike can be significant. So do as much as you can handle, especially right now while there's an event on to make the elite cost for room only 7 crystals. Normally that increases each time you do it to a point where it's very expensive and not sustainable. But for now, yeah. Until next Thursday, I would recommend eliting rooms if you find you can handle it. Drills Arena, Dragon Lords Arena are small. Yeah. Save quitting Drills is another one that I can vouch for. This gun is insane. I forgot to actually pick up the crystals. I'm so scatterbrained today. Using Great Bow on my build. I need this to die now thing that would be for quartz bosses, Bernadette, Bark, Ball, Crit Bunny, Ball Crit, and Gloop Ball Crit is what we're switching to Con. I used the Great Bow for. Sorry for long text. Yes, but the thing is that Con is going to require closer range. It has part variance, whereas the Great Bow doesn't. And it's less sustainable. So it's really like you need one thing to die and then you won't need anything else to die for the rest of the run, sure, do it. But Great Bow is much more sustainable, has better range, easier to acquire in terms of a good one. It's tricky. I'd say Great Bow is still much more practical than the Con. Just overall. I forgot to elite this. Try not ski prod on semi-auto, because I haven't done that. Hang on, you could just use this gun semi-auto and it absolutely slaps. Hello? What is this? What is this tomfoolery? Hey Sinju, how you doing? I recommend just doing normal runs to get my chaos level up. For the most part, yeah. I gotta get rid of that command. Hang on. That is old info. Yeah, this gun is just cracked on semi-automatic too. Like, if you ever feel like Ski Prod's ammo consumption is too much for you, just like put it on semi-auto. You're good. These made it really hard to do solo on my gears and great, then don't elite. You don't need to elite them to progress. As I said, only do it if you can handle it. And if you can't, and if it slows down your progression too much, then don't do it. I know if spell damage is anything like Buffmeister. Yes. Better question, why do you want to buff your Buffmeister? It doesn't need it. I was just curious about liquid cooling with this armor upgrade that I got. I was not disappointed. Liquid cooling out here still slapping cheeks. Skeep have dedicated drop? No. I'm pretty sure Skeep Prod is a world drop or a Chaos Chamber exclusive, one of the two. Can't remember which at the moment. Volatile Bonka Chow with double spell damage. The spell damage is already factored into the item. Like, for example, see how I have this spell that has this spell damage part, this Ice Spike? This spell damage is already part of this number. So, if you have spell damage parts on a Buffmeister, it's already factored into the number of the Buffmeister's bonus element. It's already there. Buffmeister Revolter of Wonderlands. Revolter was not as influential. Revolter was not a universal, hey, I'm doing something in this slot that nothing else does of an utterly ridiculous number that completely warps player perception of items. It wasn't doing that. I don't think Revolter was as problematic as it was painted. Sure, the numbers could have been lower, but it didn't have a profoundly negative impact on game health. Because there was competition. Buffmeister, there is no competition. If you're trying to increase the damage of another thing, there is nothing in that item slot that does even remotely as much. And Buffmeister is connected to character level, so it will only get stronger as people get more geared, and as chaos tiers increase. Thanks. You're welcome, sausages. I'm glad I could help. Exclamation point Buffmeister gives you a list of everything the item is capable of doing. So, yeah. There is a reason why I do not make any Buffmeister content, because it is extraordinarily easy to make anything look good if you slap that on it. Buffmeister or Sigil. In terms of my personal enjoyment and flavor, Sigil wins for me every time. But, you know, if you were trying to make big number and you didn't care about how you did it, then yeah, Buffmeister. That a kid drop for liquid cooling? Yes, Lycia. Obelisk boss in... is it Crackmass? Crackmass Cove? Hey Don, how you doing? Stone Swan, good to see you. Joyx makes lesser builds up to par, not to make OP1 stronger, but it does both. So the fact that it is there, doing both of those things, means that it isn't solving balance, it's making it worse. Example. Buffmeister makes Pixies stronger too. Sure, it can make your Dire Sacrifice kick a little extra harder against bosses, which it's terrible against, but it does not make a Dire Sacrifice a good bossing skill, and it makes Pixies even stronger. It's not good game design. Use the Revolter as reference because it's the easy way to make a build work. Yeah. The thing with that, Hellrider, it's not a bad comparison, by the way. I don't disagree with you there. I just think that, you know, in terms of one-to-one, Revolter was not as problematic. Because there were multiple things that you could choose to do that in Borderlands 3, and even in that specific item slot, even if you were going for a biggest possible damage number on a build, there were other things that could win over a Revolter, and regularly functionality of the ward was more important to builds than Revolter providing big number. Example, in time trials, endgame speedrunning records, Revolter held very, very few times compared to other wards. Frozen Heart, Stinger, Old God, Super Soldier, Red Suit. Those all hold more records than Revolter does. Infernal Wish as well, can't forget that one. And those are things that have actual mechanics and builds around them, rather than just big number. Whereas Buffmeister does not provide mechanics, it provides big number. It is fundamentally uninteresting. And, at least in my personal enjoyment of these games, I'm a builder. I like making things that not only work, but are interesting. And that are working off of item synergies rather than big numbers. So it's just fundamentally the opposite of anything I enjoy. Steel 3 does a nice shield variety. It really does. It's crazy. There's so many good ones. I hope this game eventually gets to that level in terms of ward variety, because we are a bit more limited in high-end ward choices compared to one another in this game than we were in BO3. Like, this game is pretty much Body Rune, Last Gasp, Bad Egg, Lich's Augur. Yes, I know someone's going to say Cursed Wit, but the thing about Cursed Wit is it's wildly overrated, and I wouldn't even put it in the top 5. It's called Revolt Reward? Shit. Escape. Use Cape of Tides. Works good for frost weapons. Yeah, I'm using that right now. Works with lightning weapons, too. People often forget that Soak works on lightning, and lightning is a better element than frost. Didn't even give him a chance. How you doing, Irish? Soup Suppress getting worse as week's gone along. Here, wish you a good weekend. Peace. Hey, I hope it gets better for you, Foster. I'm sorry you're going through that. But it's good to see you. Wish it was under better circumstances. Why overrated? Because Cursed Wit, A, is buggy and regularly requires you to re-break it to get the damage bonus back after you've traveled. B, it is conditional upon two things. One, your ward being completely broken. And two, your proximity to the enemy. You need to be hugging an enemy to get a significant amount of damage out of it. 3, the stat bonus, the damage that it gives you, is 100% up to 100% in the conditional damage category. Now, you have other ways of getting conditional damage, and depending on which of them you're doing, Cursed Wit can be devalued to the point where it loses to things as weak as a Transistor or an Ancient Deity. For example, if you have a Spellblade equipped, I don't have one on me, but if you have a Spellblade, yeah, Spellblade applies conditional damage to your melee. It applies your spell as conditional. So if you have a Spellblade, Cursed Wit is already one of the worst things you can possibly use. If you have a, if you are a Berserker, spec'd into the Old Ways skill, that is up to 40% conditional damage based on range. So, same effect, but elsewhere. And remember, when building up your damage formula, having decent investment into multiple categories gets you a higher final result than overstacking one category. This enchantment is also conditional damage, so I can get 50% from here, and then I have Headhunter for another 25% conditional damage. So even on this spec, on a Mistdancer, I have 75% conditional damage if I'm at full health and shoot an enemy in the crit spot. That is almost an entire Cursed Wit, except it is not contingent on range, and if I was to put a Cursed Wit on in this build, it would do less for me than a Body Rune. Or a triple amp ward, which I sometimes use. Contrast that with, for example, if you're playing a spellcasting build. Lich's Augur, that spell damage is fully multiplicative with other spell damage. Meaning it is entirely unique and does not have the issue of, hey, you already have something in this category, devaluing it. Nope, it's just fully multiplicative. Bad Egg has multiple effects, but one of them is a fully multiplicative melee boost. So Bad Egg wins for melee over Cursed Wit. Lich's Augur wins for spells over Cursed Wit. And depending on your multiclass and gear, Body Rune wins for everything else. It's an extremely overrated item. It is just a case of people saw a big number and latched on. She looks nice as Come Frost? No. But you do not need to do this over-committing to Frost thing, Garashi. It is going to make you weaker. Matching elements is always stronger. About the Afterburner, it sucks. What about it? I don't know what I did with my categories multipliers, all of a sudden my build just absolutely melts. Sometimes it could be just getting one damage boost you didn't have in a category you weren't covering well that sends you over the top. Pragmatic, yeah. Definitely a thing. Hoping for good barb loads here. OBS, why are you eating my frames? I'm not even moving. Hello? Health bug's always first instinct. It's good to be at least aware of that when building, yeah. Okay. Good barb loads, please. Probably play Dreadwind on the next run. Because I wanna try that. Like actual speedruns of the featured with Dreadwind. See how fast that can go. Added the items to the bunnies if you complete week 4. So defeating the final form of Imelda puts them in the bunnies for that character. Item you're looking for? Barbalode. It is an amulet that it makes your... I should do a meld on this character. We gotta do that first. It any crossbolts you've applied to a target, crossbolts or saw blades, have a chance to ricochet upon further damage dealt to that target. It's this thing right here. It's very, very powerful. I like it a lot. We should go do a Melda. We put an enchant on this sword explosion. Does it return the ammo? Heard his bug, does it return the ammo? It does the ammo once per room, Panda. But then the ammo part of it breaks. But the rest of it works, and honestly the biggest selling point of the Barbalode is the rest of it. I don't care about the ammo thing at all. Stabbo Claw Contagion build, spec down to Stabbo Capstone Essential. Stabbo Capstone is one of the worst capstones in the game. I would never consider it essential. Alchemical Agent is what you really want for that setup. I would honestly go to Alchemical Agent and Awe with that skill tree. Explain why the ×1 and ×3 on a sword explosion doesn't matter much again, please, Quag. Sure. So the thing with a... Do I have a ×3? Okay, I do. So ×3, you'll see... If you add those 3 together, that is a bigger overall number. But each individual sword of a ×1 hits harder than the ×3. The ×3 will stack up your sticky multiplier faster, but you have a cap on the number of swords that that will actually apply. I believe it's 10. And the ×3 consumes ammo 3 times as fast, is less accurate, so it's got range constraints. So essentially, in a single target scenario, you will deal damage faster with a ×3, but you will deal a higher peak of damage with the ×1. And prolonged use of a sword explosion, you will run out of ammo with the ×3, whereas you will not with a ×1. Even fighting the same target, same number of targets, the ×1 will outlast the ×3. Now there are situations where a ×3 is desirable. For example, if you're trying to trigger more on-hit effects, such as Barbalode, having applied crossbow through other means, of course. Such as play the angles. The higher hit count is beneficial for that. So it really depends on what you're doing. But In terms of practicality, you don't really need to worry about it because both versions of the Sword Explosion kind of delete everything. So, like, if you get a really good one and it's not the projectile count you want, it's still really good. Are Little Orcs Saw Blades too? Yes. Say not to overcommit to Frost, can you dub more into explaining why? Sure. Elemental matchups are a thing. So, see this elemental chart here? Frost has a favorable matchup. Each of the 4 main elements has a favorable matchup and a hugely unfavorable matchup, and then a couple that are in between. Frost is favorable against Bone, with a 115% damage. But, that is the smallest of the positive matchups. The other ones are either 175 or 125. And then it's got a huge penalty against Flesh. Flesh is the most common health bar type in the entire game. Flesh is most common, followed by Bone, followed by Ward, followed by Armor being the least common. So, if you were to commit entirely to using one singular element, this one would be penalized the most consistently. It's as simple as that. Element matching wins. Bone is also really fragile in general. Yes, true. Dark Magic is the way? No, Dark Magic is actually always the worst damage option if you have a choice. Pragmatic. Dark Magic has a slight penalty. It's 90% against everything. Sure, it doesn't have a 70 against anything, but it is never optimal. Dark Magic does not have a favorable matchup. Ruby Spite exists, though? Yeah, Ruby Spite is good because it's Ruby Spite, not because it's Dark Magic. If Ruby Spite was in any other element, it would be even better. That's the thing. People conflate a good thing that is Dark Magic or a good thing that is Cryo with the element being good. No. Last Rites is not good because it's Cryo, it's good because it's the Last Rites. Ruby Spite is good because it's the Ruby Spite. Gluttony is good because it's the Gluttony. If you have an item that is variable in terms of elements it can roll, for example, the Shadowfire, there's no use case for using a Dark Magic Shadowfire over a Fire one. Because Fire is a better element. Fire has this. Fire has this bonus against Flesh. Dark Magic is 90%. Fire is also better against armor and wards than Dark Magic. It's only worse against Bone, which is the most fragile of the health bar types. I try at least 2 elements? Yes. I would definitely say that. Yo, OBS, you wanna calm down? Some fucking laser light show in the bottom corner of my screen. New gear unlocked, oh boy. Is poison kind of underrated in this game? A bit, Shay. I would say it is a bit underrated. People will say something like poison's not as good as the other elements, and that's not true at all. It's just there's fewer things that are notable that are poison. And there's fewer armor bars. That's it. There's not many armored targets you actually fight on a regular basis. It's like Yellow Raid Boss, some skeletons are armored, the tornadoes during Chums. Was wondering why Elite Trolls are so tanky against my Frost? Yeah, there you go. Elemental matchups. Vorkanar. Nightmare, but who cares? Right. Nightmare doesn't have much health. Exactly, Panda. Level 4 come out this week? Yes. They don't put that in the notes. Because they've already announced it. So I have to go through all forms. It's gonna be fun. Feels better than Corrosive did in BL3? It doesn't, though. In BL3, Armor was the most common enemy health bar type in endgame. Every single boss with Invincible in their name was armored. Plus Valkyries. Plus Anathema. Plus Red Rain and Blue Fire. Plus Hackhounds. Used a ton of Corrosive in BL3. It was objectively the most useful element in that game. Flak, the character with the best damage formula in that game, also had an extra boost to Corrosive available. What's good against shields? You can say Shock, you can say Salissa, but the answer is Shock. Against Salissa, you need to use something else, because she's got an inherent resistance, but... And a new gear released this week. Barbaload, or not Barbaload, Butterboom is now obtainable after you've done week 4 of Imelda. It's a Torg pistol. And after you've done week 4, all of the Glutton's Gamble gear is available in the World Drop Pool and Chaos Chambers, so that's cool. Almost forgot to put that one. Frame chugging's rough. How is that helpful, Irish? I've noticed. It's my game right now, not the stream. Put Moses' bonus elements in Wonderlands, you cowards, it'll be fine. Maybe not. The reason Corrosive is so good in BL3 is basically the reason Fire is so good now. But yeah, Amber, funny thing about that, there's people saying Fire isn't good in this game. It's like, well, that's not true at all. You know? The only issue I have with Fire right now is playing with friends that run their moms using Soak. I would advise making better friends. Ragnarok. No thank you. You ever mess with Butterboom off stream? No. I've not even fired the weapon. Nope, nope, nope. I wonder if Imelda's phase 1 is just perfect for blue cake splits. That's a good question. I never tried that. It's a good thought. Doesn't help that Cryo is as good as it is in this game. As we talked about, Aaron, Cryo is the worst element in this game, other than Dark Magic. What, in your opinion, makes Cryo good? Any good suggestions on fire weapons I should try? I'm a big fan of the Heck Waiter. It is a blue quest reward SMG. The Mole Man is a purple quest reward launcher that's fire as well. You got the Carouser, which is a fire sniper rifle. The way I'm making lunch didn't catch that bit. Yeah, so Flesh is the most common health bar type in this game. Cryo has the worst matchup against Flesh. Now, if you're going to make an argument for Soaked against that, I would point out that Lightning also benefits from Soaked. And if you look at Lightning's matchup, it's 95 against Flesh instead of 70. So, better. Like, if there's a best element in this game, it's Lightning. But there isn't a best element in this game. Elemental matching. It's been a core mechanic since the first Borderlands game, and I don't know, people like to forget about it. It is always the play. But if you were to choose one element to just use, note that that is never optimal. But if you were gonna do it, currently, based on the most abundant enemy health bars and the available buffs and debuffs in the game, Lightning would be that element. If I talked about maths and facts, it's just dirty talk to me. I do deal in facts. It's what I do. Contagion's the play, get all the elements. That's the case of Contagion just being Contagion more than it being desirable because of it being all elements. Although, you know, the way it works, it kind of has to be all elements, so I don't know if I can fully disagree with that one. I'm pretty sure I missed one of these. Pretty awkward. Radiation was clearly the best in BL3 because the explosion sound was cool. You see, that is an argument I can't dispute. Elemental matching change it all when I'm something like a Berserker doing melee. I carry around multiple elements stump, so I think that covers that. I have one of each element here. Since shock gauge, people trying to be lazy with this jack of all trades, I'll just use this. Yeah, exactly. Good example. Okay, I left one of the crabs behind. Shit. I don't have this map memorized. Is it this one? Yeah, it was this. Hate how Annoyance and BL3 kind of quash trying to match elements even indirectly. They didn't. In which cases do you mean? Because that was a case-by-case thing, and you could see at the absolute highest levels of BL3 endgame speedrunning, element matching still mattered a lot, to the point where that was the determining factor in a lot of the build crafting around Proving Ground speedruns, which are the most competitive category in time trials. The element that Skaga's survival decided to roll determined the record runs. That's element matching. So, like, at the highest level, it still mattered. When calculating one-shots, it still mattered. When gearing up, it still mattered. Remember, you choosing to ignore a mechanic doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. Bruner, if your ad was kind of overused. That never made it optimal, though. There were situations when your ad was great. but the point is element matching is still always better. URAD, the biggest shout for URAD was, at the time, it was the only easy accessible global bonus element of a significant value that would properly scale with mayhem scaling sources such as action skills. And once again, that is incidental. That is not it being good because of radiation. That is not element matching not mattering. That is, there were fewer options. Now, eventually, it became less influential. Not because of the nerf, like people say, but because we got more stuff on the table. Permanent Bloody Harvest available meant that Terror Cry was more accessible. Mana Well and Revolter were other global bonus elements that did the same thing you could get in a gear slot instead of an enchantment slot, or anointment slot, excuse me. My element match, you use black powder like a real cowboy. Valid. Flak absolutely broke URAD, not because it's radiation, because Flak just had the damage you slapped the one-more-time multiplier on it. Well, yeah, and Flak was not a lifesteal-based character in terms of the core gameplay loop, so you didn't lose anything by doing URAD. That was a big part of why it was so good on Flak. Not only was it Flak being a jack of all trades, a Flak of all trades, if you will, but Flak never was structured around this ideology of, hey, I shoot enemy to make red bar go up. Simply built different. It's like Gamma vs. Flak, Rad's nice, put on fire, gross weapons, use your appropriate element. Exactly. Element matching is still huge. That's why on this Dreadwind build, I carry around multiple melee weapons. I use lightning, but for example, on Imelda, I'm gonna switch to fire. On the phases I can actually Dreadwind her, which is not this one. Although I've never tried Dreadwind against Imelda 1 before. Aggro-based survival is the best part of Flak and pains me how many wanted to ignore it. Yep. Yep. I'm using my non-LE sword explosion, so I don't have that cryo and flesh penalty. This fight sucks. I just don't have anything nice to say about this fight. It's not good. I'm gonna find an angle to hit you with a Shadow Fire eventually, Imelda, despite the fact that it's visually hitting you. That's not happening. I hope my mushroom is somewhere nearby. I don't think there's enemies. There we go. Gun looks sick. Shadow Fire? It's so cool. If you can, which Vault Hunter would you say is designed the best by the end of BL3 balance aside? Flak. It was Flak the entire life of the game. even with Flack getting the uphill portion that is the purple tree, Flack was still the most well-designed of the characters. It's not close. Cryo and flash penalty. Wonder if I need to respec this build just for a Melda progression. I might need to go Frost Shiver for Ghostblade just so I can, like, get through this. That was the only character in the franchise with 4 trees. Be quiet, T1 plus short trees. Element matching should remain important. I just dislike how half the weapon movements in BO3 quit working when switching weapons. Yeah. Byproduct of tying them to action skill related conditions. At least we have spellcast in this one, so that's a nice way around that. Wonder how shooting the Shadow Fire does. Not well, this isn't a gun build. So, Imelda as a fight is extremely unfriendly to any build that wants to close the distance. Such as this build. Yeah, shooting White Riders, the play. Okay. Boring, but effective. Can I Dreadwind this? Of course not. This is why people don't like Imelda. Imagine OGT next to Mags? I'd rather not. So I think I'll respec to Frost Shiver for Imelda 2. So I have Ghostblade. Imelda 3 I can Dreadwind. Imelda 4 I can Dreadwind. So for the next run we'll respec. And we'll finally be able to do that featured speedrunning. Try to use the ledges to jump up and hit her with Dreadwinds. I was trying that. You mean the launch pads? I guess I could try that too. Yeah, no. Ledge on the right side of the room, jump over the launch pad. The boss just sucks. I've accepted it. If I had to rank my favorites in BO3, it'd be Flack, equals Zane, equals Moze, over Amara. Zane's my least favorite. Because Zane started out interesting and got progressively less interesting as the game went. Due to the tragedy of the big number. Rewarding. We got a base game legendary. That's cool. Sticky Sawmill or Crying is effective against Tonhammer. Spells still work, I believe. How much money do I have? Enough that I'm gonna hate this respec cost. Pain. Suffering. Start Dreadwind, go Ghostblade later. Okay. Is Clobbering good and people are sleeping on it? Yes.
The pursuit of power.
Regular voice, dealer's choice, need some happy after that sad boss. I got you, Dex. I got you. Let me find a good one. Remember assign hero points? I didn't respect them. We programmed this interrupt to you bring Coward the Courageous Dog Show, starring Coward the Courageous Dog. As a pup abandoned, he found by Muriel was, who in the nowhere of middle lives her husband with Bag Eustace. Ga, ooga booga, ah. It's a bit of a dated reference at this point, but I stand by that show. Hey Jedi Monkey, how you doing? It's like to watch the Courage and Scooby crossover. The what? This is a thing? Is the status duration and status skill worth more than skills give spell gun damage? So... 3. 3. Versus 4 and 8, respectively. You can get spell damage, melee damage, and gun damage extremely easily across many gear slots in larger quantities. Then you can get status damage and status duration. Status duration is actually extremely difficult to get. Also, the numbers here are bigger than 3. Arsenal is one of the saddest skills in the game. It's so low value. Chat, we're under 1K from 11%. Are you serious? How are you guys doing this? That you were explaining? Yeah. It's just funny, Varashi, because Stabomancer is kind of full of things like that people be like, hey, why not take this? Like, cause low number. They made some interesting decisions with, power allocation in Stabomancer tree. Like, everything on the right side of the tree, completely cracked. Like, from this action skill all the way down to this skill, ridiculously good. And then if you look at Arsenal, it's like, why are you here? You look at Swift Death, it's like, why are you here? You look at Thousand Cuts, what's wrong with you? Sneak Attack, why are you like this? Like, it's such a weird divide. Like, excellent, awful. Star and Stabomancer are never great at making builds, understanding the implications. Building in this kind of game is very complex. It takes building certain habits to get into builds on a more efficient level. Waking up on the wrong side of the Stabo tree. Can't believe Grim Harvest is a better trade than Arsenal. Yes, and Grim Harvest was memed upon for gun builds in BO3. Never switched my melee weapon back, did I? Well, you can see that fire is doing better in mobbing than my lightning weapon. By a lot, because element matching. Fair, someone who goes around stabbing folks from the shadows isn't what I'd call balance. You know, that's fair. And I forbid, have a nice day, Constance. Take it easy, Priz. Wish we had other elements of Ice Spike. Yeah, me too. That'd be cool. Morning, Paul. How you doing? Satisfying sound of the bad egg. It's so good, Irish. I love it. It's crunchy. shape. What are we talking about? Oh, cones. Oh, okay. I was so confused. So close to finishing melee one-hit calc. Nice. You have a cool shape. Thank you. 24-hour suffering stream suggestion. Resident Evil VR. I don't have VR stuff. I am made of money. But it'd be something I would try if I had to. Sorry, tweet, is PLC2 gear now in the bunnies? Yes, as long as you've completed Imelda 4, Kite Highland. Imelda 4, and then you're all good. So, we're currently taking the Dreadwind build through... This is Imelda 2 we're working our way towards. I gotta go through all the forms, because I've been avoiding her on this build for understandable reasons. But I gotta go through them all now so I can farm Barbaloads on this character from the bunnies. Hey Sybil, how you doing? Look, I may need to go through my skill tree and rebuild. That's most of my time in this game, just constantly tweaking builds. It's addictive and enjoyable. How does one build for Imelda 4? Let's just put it this way. My dislike of the design of Imelda 4 is so intense that I would not be above using every single dirty trick in the book. Buffmeister, Pixie, Spell Shot, whatever. Do whatever you have to get through that fight once and never touch it again. If you're gonna fight Imelda for the purpose of going through the, the DLC and actually fighting her, don't ever put yourself through any of them other than Imelda 3. Imelda 3, you can actually fight her in Phase 2. Imelda 2, you can't, because she flies. Imelda 4, she flies and is awful. Not an enjoyable experience. I'm sorry to say. Because I like the run up to that, you know? Like, this part of it, I actually enjoy this. I like these rooms. I like the objectives. I like the voice lines. Even though I have dialogue off right now. Because self-damage build. But I just don't like the boss. What I did for Imelda was turn Chaos Mode off. Honestly, big brain. Like, legit. I should just do that. Like, actually. Brucey, you're a fucking genius. That's the play. Just do Imelda on Chaos Zero. Easy. going better because I'm ghost blading, but I don't like playing Frost Shiver. Because everyone has a Frost Shiver build. I like representing for the Frost Wilders out there. I also like having vision. Melda doesn't like me having that. Wait, I landed a hit. I wonder if that means Dreadwind will work here. We're gonna try. Because we're here. You can Dreadwind! You can Dreadwind Imelda too! Let's go! Let's go! Alright, cool. Dreadwind W. I'll do for the overspec here. Ancient Fury. More Iron Skull would be, like, nice, but... let's do that. Quag Chad became my top emote on its release day. Oh yeah, I checked the analytics on the first day. So, in the channel, we had... what was it? Quag H is our normal most used emote. It was like 500 usages or something. Quag Chad was 1.2k. Okay, let me check. I think I might still have that tab open. Let me look. I don't think I refreshed. I don't know, the numbers have adjusted since then, but in terms of within the channel, as of yesterday, number 2 was Quag H with 613 usage. Quag Chad, 1.65 thousand. Literally over 1,000 more usages. You love to see it. You really do. I have no greater hatred than Imelda. I do not blame you. Quag Chad only. I agree. Who made it? Felicia. Yeah, a recent feature they added to Twitch, if you guys didn't notice, was if you click on an emote, if the broadcaster has, you know, attributed it, you can see which artist did the emote. I have all my emotes labeled. I'm pretty sure I have all of them. So if you're curious as to who did which of my emotes, since there's a few artists in the community who've done great work for the channel, you can click on it and see. Felicia did this one. Most of my emotes were done by a combination of Hey Felicia, Pup-T, and Sheriff Ferrick, with other ones here and there. Kyler did one of the follower emotes, Choco Bear did the hype emote, Joe did a couple, Stone has done one. A lot of my friends have contributed art to my channel, which I appreciate. If our bride isn't labeled, I gotta fix that one. Thank you. But Pup-T did that one. Shout out to Pup-T. I'm like, you... What, Amber? Quag Hype with Choco Bear? Yeah. The artist has to, like, accept it as well, the emote attribution, so if that one isn't labeled, it's because Chocolate Bear probably hasn't seen it. I know he's been very busy. It's also great because they don't feel like multiple people did them. They're all great, they all fit together. I like that too. Talented people did great work helping me build up my brand. Just as a PSA, support the shit out of your artists, whether it's your artist friends, whether it's artists who have done professional work for you, whether it's artists who have done work you really like for content you consume. Support them. Help amplify. You know, it is a cutthroat thing. There's a lot of shitty misattribution of work. There's a lot of emote and art theft out there. So the least we can do is, like, amplify them and get their names out there so that they can be recognized for the shit they've done. And not for the sole purpose of recognition, because, you know, exposure doesn't pay bills. But so they can get more paid work. They deserve it. Support can also come in forms other than money. Money's best. But yeah, like, as I said, exposure does not pay bills, but you can help amplify. Like, retweet their commission sheets and stuff like that. If you ever see, sometimes creators will ask for recommendations for artists, jump in on that. Melda at C0 is so much more enjoyable because you don't have to do anything, yeah. More proof that Blood & Gamble's better than Coiled Captors from a gameplay perspective. I zoned out and was having fun mobbing there. I can't do that in Coiled Captors. I dislike it too much. But in this one, I can. I'm just having fun, you know, meleeing goblins. Yeah, well said, Amber. Driving around again, how goes the stream? Stream goes well. We're working our way up through the Imelda form so that we can start doing our featured speedrunning on the Dreadwind build. But also farm for Barbalodes from the bunnies. We gotta do Imelda 4 to get them in the pool, though. So this is Imelda 3 we're making our way towards right now. I have a lot of souls right now. I'm gonna save those for the next PLC. I'm not gonna go into another one unprepared. I don't know what loot distribution method they're gonna go with the next one, but I'm saving my souls. I recommend you guys do the same. Remember the fuck cactus tried to use Jolts' profile pictures in NFT? I don't know the person specifically, but I did see that whole thing on Twitter. Yeah. Yeah, that's shitty. And before a different currency? Please no. Please don't put that evil into my brain for Julio. Love y'all out here after my whole damn heart paying artists. Of course. We stan our artists, homies. They have it rough. For no reason other than they are talented, so they are exploited. PLC 1 also needs you to kill phase 4 chums? No, you just need phase 1 chums. For the first one. For Imelda, you need phase 4. I produced local variety art shows before the pandemic. Love getting my people's paid. Shout out to you, next man. Solid individual. Consistent. And everything you do, and I appreciate that about you. Gotta go pick up a package. USPS says it's too big to deliver. Have a great rest of the stream, and everyone have a great weekend. Same to you as well, Jester. Good luck with that. No, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Still think the funniest thing is you buy link on the image. Yeah, but I don't want to get into that whole can of worms again. But yeah, the whole thing is amusing to me. How difficult is it to get the gear for this build? Not very for Julio. Not very at all. Like, I'm using a very basic ring here. The amulet's pretty interchangeable, and I haven't been throwing my strikes, so the Barbaload effect has been doing nothing for me. And that's only a multi-target tech anyway. Fortifying Sigil, I don't even have a good one. You can get much better parts than this. You could get, like, ideally a combination of radius and cooldown parts. Any bad egg will do. Mine would be better if it was 2 roid parts and non-chaotic, but using what I got. The difficult part is getting the enchantments, honestly. This enchantment is a huge part of the build's damage when Dreadwinding. This enchantment is very nice. You have a lot of flexibility in what you could go for on an Amnesia, but you want an Amnesia with as much Berserker power as possible. And if you can get good stats in the bottom, which I happen to have here, it helps. But it's pretty flexible gear-wise. It's pretty flexible. So yeah, we're gonna not last, right? Fucking White Rider Imelda. Oh, wasted that barrel. I forgot that fucking thing does that. Actually, I can use that to my advantage. I can use that to trigger Amnesia for my shooty damage. Well, ads hit me off enough. I don't think I need to bother. I need you to be alive. Probably a little premature with specking out of Stabomancer. Why are you there? Why are you there now? Why are you there? This fight sucks. Imelda? What do I want, non-chaotic? Yeah, easier break. Easier break. As soon as I go across, she's gonna teleport again. Hello. And she's over there. Conveniently out of range. Scooby-Doo hallway scene right now? Yeah. Speaking of, the Scooby-Doo live-action movie is 20 years old. Just do with that information what you will. Don't tell me that. You done yet, Imelda? You fucking done? Ah. I didn't debuff, so that could have been faster. See, Imelda 3, you can actually fight. Like, straight up. With a bunch of builds. But only in the second phase. Luckily, 2 and 4 you can Dreadwind, so that's something. Hey, Reparation. How you doing? Like Butterroom content? I've gotten the gun once, and I've not fired it, so, no idea. I've gotten the Butterboom one time and haven't used it. I still have not seen a Garlic Breath, so I haven't done anything with that either. Hey, Imelda 4, let's go. the rings you're using. I have a Shark's Bane with melee damage and a double roll of melee crit chance. Basically, the damage multiplier that Shark's Bane gives against sharks is a unique multiplier, so it's huge if you ever fight enemies that fall into that category, which there are a fair amount. And then I just have a silicone ring that happen to roll stats that I like. Melee crit damage and action skill duration are good for this. I'm still kind of farming for an upgrade for this one. This one's pretty much a placeholder, and of course this one would be better if it was chaos tiered, but... ×3 non-chaotic butter boons genuinely outperform the Sword Explosion in every category. Does it have the Ludite problem where it doesn't have, the crossbow crit mult? Do you know? Random question. Seems like it? Okay. So it could be stronger. Be goofy if it worked with Barbaload. Does it not? Okay. Pistol Bunny's been stealing all my bunny bucks. I still have not gotten a Primordial Liquid Cooling. Not even a ×1. I would want a ×2. But, like, I'd like to see a Primordial Liquid Cooling drop in my game. That'd make me happy. Hasn't happened yet. Getting a Primordial ×2 would be fantastic for my, well, all my builds, really. Just a good gun. Yeah, Amber, a good tell on if something will work with Barbaload or not. If it doesn't have the crossbolt or sawblade text, it won't Barbaload. For example, Great Bow doesn't Barbaload. It has a crossbow barrel physically on it, but it doesn't have the crossbolts. That's a good indicator. I don't have the gun? Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have the text on the bottom. Like I said, I've only gotten the gun once and I've not fired it, so I'm pretty sure it doesn't have it. Doesn't have the text? Okay. Saw blades count? Yep, weirdly. But yeah. Apparently, also the Bolt Lash spell deck. That is close enough. I don't know if anyone's tested, but splintering ice spikes might work as well. Thank you for testing. If Bolt Lash works, I assume those do. Donkey counts? Yeah, Donkey has saw blades. I think. Hey, Control. How you doing? Very well with Donkey Barbaload? Yeah. It works. Donkey's an underrated gun. As far as the assault rifle power problem goes, Donkey is not one of the ones that needs love, other than it getting the ability to be enchanted. $500k Dreadwind ticks, you'd love to see it. That's without any crossbolts. Feels satisfying to watch. It's so satisfying to play too, Reparation. Afraid around the edges, but it's fine, it's all fine, it's gonna be great. Whatever it is, I'll kick its ass, Control. Splintering doesn't work? Thank you for testing, Butter. It's good to know. Donkey carried from C1 to first drill fight. Nice. I'd never used the donkey before it ended up in the featured, because I had never gone to farm that enemy. But I do like the gun. How helpful are melee crossbolts and what's the best gun to deliver them? Extremely helpful. And as for delivering them, you've got 2 options that I'd recommend. 3, I suppose. Option 1 is not listed here, but it's the fire scalawag I use on my Ghostblade build. Doesn't necessarily need to be fire, but you can get scalawags in times 1, times 2, or times 3 that apply melee crossbolts of a fire rate of around 4. And can also have a blade on the gun as well, a sizable blade for that. Or you got the Tooth Raider, which applies 9 at once, and sniper crossbolts last longer than the others. You see how this one has 8-second duration? So 5-second melee crossbolt with 8-second duration that shoots out 9 of them at once in a fairly manageable spread. So Tooth Raider is great for that. But you've also got Shrikes. Guns with wings, as you see on the left. They will fire them out passively over time while you're doing other things. So I use the Shrikes so that it can happen while I'm doing Dreadwind. But if I'm going to debuff one target and then just start spinning, I'll shoot a Tooth Raider and then swap to my Rapscallion. Share your amulet? Sure. It's the only good Barbalode I've ever gotten. Even then, could be better. You're welcome. Attacks and Barbalode refer to melee only, any source of damage. Any source of damage, Zippers. So you need to apply crossbolts through something that actually has them, but any kind of damage will cause the ricochet to happen. And what's cool about that in this build is that I can stick an enemy full of crossbolts, and then I can cause the ricochet to happen with the Dreadwind. So my spinning will be what causes all the bolts to shoot out. So it includes dot ticks, melee, guns, action skills, all of it. Also, yeah, it has been a while. I hope you're doing well. So, me having Shrikes out like this, they stick bolts into a target, I can then Dreadwind, and it'll send that actual ricochet out based on my Dreadwind's damage. And I've seen up to 1 mil ticks of my Dreadwind against enemies, and I've seen over 2 mil Barbalode ricochets from my Dreadwind. And these are, of course, non-Buffmeister numbers. You could of course throw that in if you don't mind that item. and it gets even more ridiculous. That's another thing I should mention. When gearing for this build, as I mentioned before, it's pretty flexible gear-wise, but if there's any pieces you're missing, Dreadwind is one of the action skills that's disproportionately affected by Buffmeister, because it is melee damage that also scales with ability, so it'll get both bonk and ka-chow. Move speed is nice. It gets the bonus element, and Dreadwind hits 4 times per second, so you'll be getting a lot of instances. You know, it just, yeah. If I was a Buffmeister enjoyer, I'd be eating good with Dreadwind. All I'm saying. I've seen that video of no build Livewire clearing C35. Yeah, here's the thing. The thing with that, Pragmatic, the really important thing to keep in mind is that that's only going to get easier to do with more things as the game goes on. Because skill trees in this game are the smallest part of your build. Yes, you heard that correctly. Skill trees are the least impactful part of your build in this game. Because let's look at affinity here. I have 63% ability damage by getting 7 points in affinity. Affinity was buffed, I should note as well. So it used to be smaller than this, but let's say 63% ability damage. A chaotic armor is 29.6, so almost half of that. It's also providing 2 of those points, I should mention. And this ability damage will scale up even further with Chaos Tier. If you mosey on over to Myth Rank, placing restrictions on myself, only allowing myself 480 in Myth Rank. I still get 20% ability damage up here. Ability is one of the uncapped ones. So, like, gear and myth rank represent a much larger portion of your overall power than skill trees. And skill trees are not going to go up with chaos tiers, but the other things do. So, like, yeah, especially if you're running a skill tree that doesn't add mechanics necessarily to what you're doing, which is many gun builds. And you can also still pick up skills from your armor without investing in them in the tree, so as long as you are the appropriate class. Why's your cloak vibrating? Why isn't yours? Sharper image. Well done. Well done. Jedi Monkey wins the chat today. Okay, so we just gotta be miserable for a couple minutes on phase 1, and then we're good, right? Should I equip gun damage rings for this? I really probably should. This part. Let me do that. Yeah, it makes a big difference. The best and only sharper urban joke I've ever heard. You know what disappointed me? When I found out you can't fall into that pot and die. That actually was very sad for me. God damn it, Imelda. this in range? Oh, you resist this now. That's cool. Stop. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're cool. Cool. I'm fine. She teleported to use the jump pads. No, that is not what it is at all. She just teleports. She was teleporting without me being on the jump pads at all. Like, see? I wasn't on jump pad, she teleported. She's just an asshole. She's just an asshole. There's no logic behind it. She just sucks. She teleports when you look at her crossways. Oh. Okay. Fun place to die. This is my home now. I live right here. Oh, you explode. That's fun. We're almost through it, chat. We're almost through. We just gotta get her through this, and then we can Dreadwind the other phase, and we're good. We're good. All will be peaceful. Should note I need to switch to this. It's my lowest damage one. Do I just use lightning? Probably just use lightning. And remember to apply soak, and it'll be fine. Yeah, I want to cover resists as well. Diversifying. I hate you so much, Imelda. The next mirror boss is gonna have bullet reflection, isn't it? Get in my Dreadwind. Hey, you can Dreadwind, but she's doing a lot of damage to me. I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that at all. I'm gonna run away for a bit. I think that'd be the healthiest decision for me. gonna hang out here. Ugh, okay. Whew. Next mirror boss, Badassosaurus Rex Jr. People are asking for previous Borderlands bosses back and aren't being specific, so what if it just is? And melee reflection, yeah. Times 3 elemental primordial Ludite is 1k times 3, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, we have almost 1,000 souls. That's nice. But now we can finally go over to the feature. We're finally prepared. Ah, that's why the Dreadwind didn't kill her that fast. I didn't have my Dreadwind rings on. Silly me. Silly Quag. Hey Zazzle, how you doing? Asa, good to see you. Primordial times 3 Butterboom is 1536 times 3. Not Ellie, so like, sure. But, ugh. Give everything loot luck reflection. Beautiful. Might have power creep to Ludite. Ludite can barbel load and has element matching. Butter, I don't think so. Might really quickly show in your tree? Sure. Absolutely. In fact, you look at the tree and get a chair stream for a moment. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. You get that, Whirls? You all good? Yeah, Asa's leaving us in suspense. Hi, Amber. Hey, Cal, thank you for the Prime for the 8 months. I appreciate it. Okay, let's do, I'll do non-elite to start. Once I get comfy with, the rooms, I'll start doing all elite. This is where Shark Span's coming in really useful. Okay, I can make this room a lot faster by routing my Dreadwinds. What if next class is a bard and their main skill is called sarcasm? I mean, bards aren't really associated with sarcasm. I don't understand. It's so funny to me that Dreadwind persists for one cycle after you go down. So you can death save with Dreadwind. Most action skills don't work that way. Patched out as a bug. Under what? Why do you think that, Irish? Is this some of the exhausting Gearbox bad shit for absolutely no logical basis whatsoever again? Because that shit's just exhausting. It's just not. Like, that's Reddit tier hive mind shit. I don't like it or find it entertaining. Remember, just because I criticize the design of a poorly designed boss does not mean that I endorse mindlessly shitting on a company. Like, Dreadwind's great against Dawnhammer. That worked out well. Exactly the way I hoped, honestly. Does sound like a bug, but I don't know if it would fix it. Why does it sound like a bug? Are we doing this thing where mechanic we don't immediately understand automatically goes with the bug category? Because I know exactly how it works and why it does what it does, and it's not a bug. But like, I'm curious. Sometimes things of unintended interactions, not shit on the company for trying to fix them. Your last message. Watch Gearbox patch it out as a bug. What do you base that on? What do you base your bringing them into this, and what do you base it being a bug on? Well, let's have this out. I cannot believe it needs to be said in 2022, but immediately assuming that an interaction you don't understand, or a unique one, is a bug, is dumb. It's non-constructive. It is just like, come on, y'all are better than that. Please elaborate. I'm the one asking you to elaborate, Irish. If you are asking me to elaborate regarding how Dreadwind exactly works, then I'd be happy to. It's a dot. No, this does not mean you can do contagion stuff with it, but it's a dot. Can everyone please elaborate everything? Yes. It's a dot. Do we need Quag elaborate now? As an emote? The takeaway here is your lack of understanding of a thing does not mean it is not working as intended. Equagerate, yes. Please calm down a bit on the internet. God damn it, Dex. That was well placed. I'm proud of you. Hey, Susie. I like the game to explain more about how things work. I think BL3 did that better than Wonderlands. It didn't. Like, it objectively did not. Like, sorry, no. You wanna know why? These action skills, for example, literally tell you what their damage source is. Like, Borderlands 3 had fucking hidden scaling values. I don't like this revisionist. This older game did this better. No, it didn't. I love Borderlands 3. Probably more than most people. But no. No. Also, how exactly are you gonna fit a full mechanical explanation in this box? This one right here behind me? How are you gonna fit that? You're gonna have to gloss over some shit. That's just how it works. Found out Barrage's ability damage? It literally tells you. Right here. You just gotta read it. See? Now, there are some things that are just straight up explained inaccurately by the game. For example, Spellblade just flat out lies to you. But that is not the norm. On average, this game is way better about explaining shit. Hey, Onper, how are you? Good to see you. Some things are confusing with well-defined melee attack versus melee damage. Right. I have work obligations too, and I miss all the elaborations. Could you elaborate on that one, Shay? Primordial inflammation. Bad parts, though. COV pistols are the best looking guns to me in the Land series. Love them. Don't elaborate, do I? Yeah, could you elaborate? Post-ad crit, hidden mult, straight lying. Yeah, like, Beal Through is awful at explaining things. We have literally hundreds of pages of text one command away to explain things, because BO3 didn't do that. Like, maybe don't do this trendy thing of saying, old game did this better. No, it didn't. If some of you could collaborate to elaborate. Okay. What do you look for in inflammation? Inflammation can get up to 3 augments. Radius increases the range of the actual flamethrower a bit. So I like radius. It can get extra charges, which means you could hold it down longer. It's built here, I promise, yeah. Always plug the yep doc. Yes, sir. Collaboration. Collaboration, elaboration, celebration. I like it. But yeah, anyway, TLDR. If you don't take the time to read the explanations the game gives you, you do not have a leg to stand on to complain that things aren't explained. Because there's only a couple of things that the game actually doesn't explain accurately. It's all there. Any advice in getting into theory crafting my own builds? I always like the idea of doing it. I haven't gotten around to it yet. The biggest thing you can do is, Nightbot, you good? There we go. Study up on that. Knowing which boosts go in which categories. And once you get good at identifying, okay, this is this, this is this, this is this, you'll know where to start with building around a concept. So having the damage formula knowledge is step 1. And step 2 is have a clearly defined start point for your build to work back from. So like this build, I wanted specifically... God damn it, cat knocked over my recycling again. I wanted specifically to build around Dreadwind. So that was the clearly defined starting point. So it was like, okay, Dreadwind. What boosts Dreadwind? Melee damage, ability damage, area damage, berserker power, the element of my melee weapon, having a high base damage melee weapon, so then branch out from there. Quag elaborates and listens. You got a brand new mission. Got nothing else wrong with this. I still understood immediately. Well played. '90s kids jokes. Yup. Best bits of the damage from the multiplicative bonus is correct. In a general sense. So, technically speaking, every bonus is multiplicative. Hetty. When using the phrases additive and multiplicative, you know, the words additive and multiplicative, it's important to include, like, what you are talking about. Like, additive with what? Multiplicative with what? Because every boost is multiplicative because the different damage categories multiply each other. So for example, gun damage is multiplicative with elemental damage, with area damage, with the crit stuff, etc., etc. It's identifying what is additive with what. that could skew things. Something we talked about a little bit earlier in the stream is how Cursed Wit is consistently overrated by the community. Not just because of its conditionality and bugginess, but also because the 100% boost it gives is in the conditional damage category. Now, other sources of conditional damage, this skill, the old ways, so this is 30% under the same, parameters of being close to a target. You could have up to 10 in this, you could have up to 60%, but having this here makes Cursed Wit less valuable. Meanwhile, something like Bad Egg gives you a fully unique bonus. The Bad Egg has a hidden melee damage bonus that is not additive with anything else. It is multiplicative with everything else, and it is not additive with anything. So learning what falls into what category to have as many things multiplying together as possible is a big part. Melee weapon, Banshee. Although I do switch per target. Against flesh bosses, I switch to the Fire Claymore in my backpack. I do have a Poison Banshee as well. I have a Cryo Claymore. I switch depending on the boss. But the important bit with this setup is big number on the Greatsword. Big number, big element. Or big number and correct elements. So you can get up to 2100 on an elemental Greatsword, I believe. So that'll be max, but you want big number, because Dreadwind always has a swing speed of 4. But its damage is based off of 45.5% of your melee weapon, your equipped melee weapon. So obviously 45.5% of, a pickaxe is much smaller than a Banshee or a Greatsword. Note that Banshee does not have a card damage advantage over non-unique Greatswords. So purples are perfectly valid. It's just Banshee has the extra effect in multi-target mobbing outside of Dreadwind. It isn't always relevant. It's literally non-existent in single target. Favorite shield, by the way? Yeah, Bad Egg's amazing. Helps a lot. Happy to help out. Happy to talk about it. I'm passionate about that stuff. This is a run where I might not want to run the shock one because there's a lot of coils, and they resist that. So I should probably use a different element. Do I have another one with Ancient, though? None of these other ones have Ancient. Globally bad, but yeah, it's all damage global. Random question, what part would be optimal on a Bronco Buster? I know it doesn't get amped, seems to get other parts, maybe brimming. I think that can roll on it, yeah. Can it? Let me check. Yeah, it can get it. Brimming. I would say brimming. Can also get adaptive. Can get safe space. Can get vagabond. Yeah, brimming, vagabond, adaptive. It can get recharge rate, although, kind of minor. Can recharge rate or delay. Didn't mean to derail the stream. Dex, that's not derailing the stream at all. You're all good. So my Dreadwind lasted an awkward amount of time there, where I didn't have the debuffs out, and I didn't have enough Dreadwind duration to actually finish non-hammer off. Non-hammer Dreadwinds too? He does! This bug's annoying. How long is this gonna last? Okay, there we go. Figures out melee in. What I miss? Not too much, Chris. Not too much. We went through all 4 forms of Imelda and hated most of that experience. So the point is, we can now farm DLC2 gear from the chamber on 2 of my builds. So that's nice. I don't have to see Imelda anymore unless I get very unlucky in a non-featured run. There's so much movement speed right now. Holy. Also, 10 out of 5 affinity. Nice. You're gonna jump down as soon as I go up, so we're going for the courts. Imelda 2 is dreadwindable, which is a decent find. Yeah. 2, 3, and 4 are all dreadwindable, so that's cool. 1 isn't. I don't really need to be using the fire one right now either. I'm trying to figure out an optimal element to use in this run. Not poison or lightning, because coiled. Maybe cryo, but my cryo one is such low damage. And it'd be bad against the flesh enemies. Might be a non-Ellie one. This might be a run to use non-Ellie. I don't have that covered though. Yeah, actually I'm thinking non-Ellie greatsword for this could be the move. I'll have to keep an eye out. Under 5k from 12%. I'm doomed. I have to beat all 4. For Glutton's Gamble specifically, yes. So you have to beat Phase 4 Imelda for that to drop in the World Drop pool. Whereas Chums, you only needed to do Phase 1. Oh, I was gonna dread one. Guess I'm not now. Yeah, non-LA probably be the most consistent play. Dark Magic is an option, but it would just be leaving some damage on the table. It's like I have this, but this would still affect the Enrage bonus element applied to a non-Ellie. But says more base damage, more crit chance, more crit damage. Warrior. Yeah, we'll try this. That might be the most comfy here. Can't do this to me with the daily D2H emotes. I'm not that strong and they're too good. They are good. D2H has fucking awesome emotes. Good content too, so like also worth the sub to watch, not just use the emotes. Alright, I'm gonna need you to hit me. Thank you. Yeah, I think we try full run with Dark Magic, because I can still benefit from Soaked. I don't need to, like, actively not use it the way I would if I was using Fire. Don't have to deal with the coiled resistances. And my current enchantment is still useful. Slightly slower Lechant skill. Good enough. Volatile Snake Stick. Sure. Dark Magic is the way. Yeah, more like the least undesirable out of the second string choices I have available right now. In a perfect world, I'd change my first Garlic Breath I've ever gotten. Let's go. 30% crit chance. Oh, 2 parts, okay. First one I've gotten. Let's go. I don't know what I was talking about. I no longer care. Well, I could do this while Dreadwinding. I have no reason to, but it sounds fun. It's poison. Maybe Pandemisium stuff? It doesn't have a great status chance, though. I'll hold on to it. I'm happy I got that, though. Okay. What's up? Hi, Kevin. You're a good boy. And only poison? I believe so. Do crossbows persist through weapon swap? I don't like the example you used, but yes. Yes. Kevin, why are you doing the desk thing now, too? You don't like getting picked up, don't jump on my desk, you shit. He's also heavy. He's a big cat.
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
He's like, wait, I don't like this. I should throw some in Melee Bunny as well. Hope for that non-LE Primordial Claymore. Max damage. And Dreadwind and chat already on it. Copium. Makes sense that it's only poison because your breath after eating garlic is toxic. Can't argue with that. Okay, start at this end. Yeah, one mag size roll of Primordial is over 30%. It's crazy. Slip and stun, one cooldown roll. Meh. Alright, let's go again. Should spend my moon orbs on something. I don't feel like it. I mess around with Blood Bag. Yeah, it's not very good. Dark magic. Like, a bunch of the good dark magic effects preclude your health from not being full. From being full, rather. Like, Dire Sacrifice, your health's not full. Gluttony, your health's not full. Reaper of Bones, your health's not full. And then you have the fact that max HP, unless you're using Dire Sacrifice, is kind of a dud stat. And also, it caps pretty low. It's like 10% or something that it gives you. It's like, meh. Scoops. That is an interesting... Is that emote TOS? Huh. The foot is the one you have the problem with, Ramen? It must be. Sure. How you doing, Scoops? Good. Glad to hear it. Always make a good entrance. I respect it. I forgot to elite. We'll do a non-elite. So I wonder if Blood Bag increased max HP heal effects, but fuck it, I'm gonna do the testing. I mean, it increases your max HP, so why wouldn't it? Like, percentage-based heals do check your new max, which is why increasing your HP doesn't directly increase their value. A common trap I see people fall into is they think about the idea of Blood Bag with Deathless, and it's like, hang on, think about it for a few more seconds. Think about that one a little more. Oh, that shark just jumped in slow-mo. Because it's an action hero. Ask yourself, are you Quag Chad enough? Increasing max HP on condition, I think that's the issue. I mean... It's especially weird, because it's specifically dark magic overhealing. Dark magic isn't going to heal a lot in most scenarios. And like, if you're using dark magic while your health is full, either you're using something that's locked to dark magic, or you are not using the element within its wheelhouse. You know? Let's pick up. Hey, SK Sad Gaming, how you doing? Remember to add points, Big Quag Suffer? Yes, please do. Still need 1% for today. You guys, yeah, you guys got an hour. Anyone who hasn't put in points, feel free. A fix for Wonderland's crashing. Which platform are you on, out of curiosity? Problem with Bloodbag, from what I've seen, is pretty sure it's capped. Yeah, and it's a low cap. It's a very unimpactful value. Non-impactful. If they introduce more chaos levels, what do you think about possibly introducing gear sets like Diablo 3? I think it'd be cool. They've done gear sets in Lands games before. We had the Peak set in Lilith DLC in BL2. Also in BL2, we had the Law and Order. The Terror Anointments in Borderlands 3 effectively functioned as set items. With removing the stat penalty from being terrified. There's precedent for it. I'd like to see it. Move the cap and Dire Sacrifice might become boss and viable. Yeah. It also would just be fun. Playing on PC. Are you using DX11 or DX12? I find the game is much more stable on DX12. So DX11 could be an instability cause. Also, are you on full screen, borderless, or windowed? That's another potential crashing cause I've heard of. Reaper Warped First Capstone. Which part of it? The restoring cooldown? Yeah, if Reaper's on cooldown, you get a kill. Yeah. If you're asking about the duration part, go ahead and read Reaper again. Okay, read Reaper of Bones. Read it. We have loadout sets before gear sets. I'd like that too. 814, it's not bad. I wasn't particularly paying attention. 814's cool. Yeah, dark magic gives there's no damage dips. Like it's a consistent baseline. I think non-Ellie would still be miles better because much higher base. But it's not a bad place to be. Reaper's based on health. Blood Frenzy replaces Blood of the Fallen. Yes. Reaper of Bones tells you, right there on it, duration increases do not apply. It doesn't use the duration stat conventionally. It uses your health bar. Duration doesn't do anything. It's your health. So, Bird Capstone, good for the uptime, because it reduces your downtime, but Grave Capstone is better because you get Blood Frenzy on every spellcast with the Grave Capstone. And 3 out of 3 Blood Frenzy is 9% health. So that would mean with every spellcast, if you have 3 Sanguine Sacrament and 3 Blood Frenzy, every spellcast is 39% of your health. Which is like pretty immediately. Actually, Sanguine is 30% over 2 seconds, right? Yeah. Grave Capstone, definitely better. I was happy when FPS games take notes for ARPGs, yeah. Chaos Chamber is used as an example, for sure. Chaos Chamber is something I've wanted in Lands games for so long. Lifelong Diablo player, not recently, but Godfall enjoyer, Remnant enjoyer. It's great. Loadout sets is just a trend I want the industry to start, so few games have it, it's always amazing. Godfall W! Yet another Godfall W. This is sad. Why is this a thing? You guys see what's wrong here? Yep. Barbalode can just roll without an element. Just... I don't know if that's a bug or an intentional way of bloating part variance. Either way, it really, really harshes my mellow. I don't like it. Yeah, it's not spell shot. Sir, settle down. Like to see more of that, saving your loadout, gear sets, etc. So much potential. Yeah. Another one. Then maybe we'll circle back around using some snipers. Oh, mid-swing. I heard snipers are bad. Sexual part, by the way, it's not like in BL3 or some comps had a none part. Kinetic's just a possible roll for bar. Oh, so it's just intentional. Cool. Lovely. Does it at least boost non-elemental? I look over and I see the answer. God damn it, 2Z. You're on it. Yeah, that's... pain. Of course it doesn't. So, once again, the next time someone tells you, drop rate's too high, farming too easy. I'm sending unkind thoughts. Like, no, shut up. You are why we are here. Guessing there are quite a bit of Diablo 3 players in here. Might be fun to get groups together next season as well. We did that one season, at one point last year. Scoops, we got a few people. But me personally, the whole Active Blizz thing, I just don't really fuck with them anymore. It's sad. Like, it's not even entirely just like I'm sticking to my guns thing. Like, a big thing is I don't want my gaming experiences to come at a human cost. That is absolutely the primary motivating factor, and I think it needs to be held to account for just being absolutely horrible human beings over there. But also, on top of that, because of that whole thing, I just feel slimy whenever I play any Active Blizz games now. Like, I just feel slimy. I don't have a good time. It's not a good feeling. I can't find enjoyment there anymore. Which pisses me off, because I grew up playing Diablo and StarCraft. Yeah. That's chunky? What's chunky, Ken? What's happening? How you doing? Even with 100% drop rate on a ring, I'll still be farming for days, literally several hundreds of reloads, so and see what I'm looking for. Yeah, and that's an item where it always rolls gun damage, it always gets the fire damage part, and then it's only 2 passives other than that. 2 passives plus Chaos Tier is enough to keep you farming for days with a guaranteed drop rate. Like, hello? And people still out here like, farm's too easy. Shut up. Hey Felicia, how you doing? I think we're over 2,000 uses of Quag Chad since it was uploaded to Felicia. We've probably broken 2,000. We were at 1.6k at the beginning of the stream. And that's just in the channel. That is not other channels. Miss BO3 DLC 1 drop rates. Ah, yes. 3%, but with so little part variance, you basically got what you wanted every time anyway, so it was still better than now. Yeah, me too. Make it 2001. Yeah, Ramen added a counter for Nightbot to track it today. So it'll start keeping track. It's like 2,000 behind, but you know, it's there. Hoping that with Microsoft buying out Activision, see company culture turn around and see the company become more consumer friendly as a result. I'd like them to be more employee friendly as well. Microsoft's able to turn the Xbox division around in such a fashion. Hopefully. Hopefully. Counter as a timer? True. True. I feel like we as theory crafters are outliers for farming just due to the degrees of perfection we go for. I feel like the drops aren't that bad for regular players who settle less than perfect. Yeah, that's not true either, Snowspawn. Example, there's people going for things like specific element Luddite is a popular thing that I see over an official server. People are like, hey, what are the odds of this? I'm like, not high. Not high. And going for an amulet, a specific amulet with a specific element and a specific class role, that alone is hard before you even look at Chaos Tier and passives. It is not blown out of the water. I don't look for perfect gear in this game either. Luddites can have elements? They sure can. See, there you go. So I'm out by company culture? Yeah. Yeah, Thermal. Finally rolled my White Rider to 2020 enchant. Took so long. How many rolls? Do you know? 102 ammo per shot, but finding one's difficult. That's a great example. I can manually update the count to match too. Does multiple use in the same message count for multiple Twitch stats? I don't know. Good question. Problem with drop rates is that gear becomes more and more complex. Some gamer brains say as simple as 10 years ago. True. The volatile White Rider I have is the only volatile I've seen. I got most of my White Riders in the week where Son of a Witch was featured, and he is the dedicated drop source. That's where I got my 2 primordial ones. I have a primordial ×1 and a primordial ×2. And I rarely see the White Rider outside of, I don't hit the SMG buddy often, but outside of whenever I get Son of a Witch, I rarely see the White Rider. And that's a gun that's very much determined by parts. The Envy sniper rifle, the one that got buffed, that one has such insane part variance. It's like 11 different parts can change. Half of those have 3 different parts that can roll there. A third of them can roll as like yes or no, so either you get the part or you get nothing there. And then the rest of them are like one or the other type parts. And then you've got Chaos Tier. So like getting a max damage Primordial Envy with the good reload animation, yeah, those don't exist. Like you don't have it. It's as simple as that. That's how low the chances are. You do not have that. Nobody has that. If you see that shit, it's save edited. Like, no shot. I can roll my Ruby Spite and my Ludite. Nice. And hopefully those treat you a little bit better than the other item did. It's 2020 enchant. Something poison. 20% all damage action skill start for 20 seconds. Stomp. Trying to get a lightning ricochet is hard enough, let alone specific element. Yeah. Chain lightning fear knots, I rarely even see those, much less an element I'm going for. I want to kind of use a dark magic one just for funsies, but like, I've never seen a good one. And it's not like these are equally weighted. Things like the elemental thing Thermal mentioned. Non-Ellie is weighted higher. Like, you are proportionally more likely to get it than to get any individual element. They, not only are there ridiculous variants of things, they add weighting on top of it. And it's like, is that necessary? I don't think it is. So the problem has quite literally only gotten worse. Thanks people downplaying part variants in BL3 for 2 years. Definitely didn't cause any lasting damage. Nope, not at all. It's very annoying. So happy with chances the boss is weak. Yeah, it's super convenient. Lost perspective because it's been on a hiatus. Okay. Moodering good on spell shot. Moodering overrated, honestly, Thermal. Something I did test and confirm yesterday because I'd seen people say it around and I just wanted to be sure. Promise Ring, the one that checks for action skill ready, that does work with Ambihextrous. I'd seen it reported both ways before, but I went and tested it with crit chance, and at least visually it shows that it works. So technically promise rings are better than mood rings. Yet another W for the Cursed Wit stance. Waiting always bothered me. Bloated part sets can happen accidentally, but purposeful 70% weightings, that's intentional. Right. Character-specific enchants in this game also have insanely punishing weighting. Ooh, that's a Primordial Claymore. Oh. 2,000. It broke 2,000. Let's go. Is that the same roll as my, the fire one? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Mentally prepared for this week's Wonder Fix? Yeah. Looking forward to it. We did some con usage to reinforce what I'm going to talk about. But yeah, I will be on the Wonder Fix for anyone who didn't catch that earlier in the stream. I was on the first week. K6 was the guest on the second week. I will be the guest on the third week. It'll be over in the official Wonderlands Discord in 1 hour and 49 minutes. It's a quick bite-sized podcast type thing. A lot of people saying Moodring is good because it's always active. Could be able to look out for Sharksbane. Yeah, Moodring isn't even always active, is the thing. Because, like, if you ever go down and get up, guess what? You need to break your ward again. So it's not. Sharksbane provides a unique damage mult and also has really, really good uptime. So I'd say Sharksbane wins out for sure. Especially if you're going for a gun damage one. But even if you're not, Sharksbane still wins. Championship Ring is still better for bossing than Mood Ring is. You don't really need that damage in mobbing. Promise Ring has better uptime than Mood Ring when using Ambihextrous, so that wins too. Hey, Kittens Mom, how are you? Is it true shell casing only buffs by 33 instead of 50? Shell casing is a copy of fingertip pulse oximeter currently. So the low health ring, it is just that. Really like the shorter length idea for Wonderfix. Not a common format, works well. I agree. Haven't seen a single gun damage Sharksbane since launch. They are hard to come by. Are you still looking for that Black Powder 2-mag shotgun? I ended up getting it, but thank you, Kittens Bomb. I appreciate it. Got times 14 2-mag. I appreciate you keeping me in mind. But, yeah, you use it. You enjoy it. That's a good roll. Hopefully they introduce Ascended gear, then get rid of non-chaotic gear dropping. Even a Chaos 35 is annoying, getting grid drop it's non-chaotic. Based on how the progression of that has gone so far, and I know CZ has done some digging into this, essentially our chances are going to continue to go up of not getting non-chaotic gear as more tiers get introduced. We don't know if we're getting more tiers after Ascended, though, and if it follows current trends, we will still have, what, like a 40% chance of getting non-chaotic gear? If they were to bump it up by 15 when giving us Ascended. It's all hypothetical. Is this a pixie build? No, no. I'm throwing strikes right now. These are guns with wings. They're not pixies. They don't get like the crazy pixie formula stuff. They're basically just guns. But I'm using them to apply crossbolts for me, melee crossbolts for my Dreadwind. Now, in that room, I mostly just leaned on their damage because of the objective requiring me to stay in the circle. But for rooms like this, I throw them out before I Dreadwind, so that they debuff enemies for me to spin. Spin to even win, perhaps. Thank you, CZ. I return smoothly in hand. Ooh, what kind of smoothie? I can't speak. My mouth doesn't work. I need more caffeine. Hang on. What did I say? What kind of sue me? Freeholio, you almost caused a spit take. Well done. Well done. Yeah, the reason these strikes are doing so much damage is because I just have boosted my damage formula in other areas, and they just get gun formula. So, like, I have a bunch of elemental stuff. Whenever my amnesia's on, I get a bunch of the all damage stats. I got Icebreaker against enemies that are on their way towards being frozen. Like, despite me not investing in that area of the build at all, it just incidentally does that much damage. Then mod Ascended gear. Yeah, people were doing that on day one of the game, and then passing it off as legitimate. It's kind of gross. Damn, just kind of cracked right now. Oh, I said that, and then Tonhammer fucked me. Good job, Tonhammer. Don't spin yet, don't spin yet. Come on. Also, don't give them the credit by saying modded. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Really, vote on a great feature. Or really big rooms. This isn't the voted one, Thermal. This is just the regular feature. Voted one is not been done yet. This is just a good feature. Now, I'm convinced the community feature is gonna be toxic. I personally voted for Drill. Because I want people to get good at that boss. And because it'll be nice to have Drill in a feature for my own build testing purposes. I was like, you were toxic? No, never. Never. I make friends everywhere I go. Everyone's friend till their enemy. True and real. Imagine buying things in a video game from other players at all, Thermal. Like, just don't. It's fucking free. It's fucking free. Just don't do it. Like, you don't have to. Imagine paying for anything. I pay for my choices every day. That was dark. Speaking of things that are free, you know the ducks and park ponds are free. I got like 20 back in my place in manga. Which crime is that? That's gotta be a crime. Does anyone know? Can we identify? That shows 0 seconds left. I couldn't tell. I was panicking. Domesticated duck abduction. That sounds like a punk album, doesn't it? Dude yesterday told me he's been stuck on Chaos 17 for a month. Tried countless builds, nothing worked. He's blamed the game. Can only imagine going to this game, getting stuck. This game's harder than Borderlands games, Thermal. So yeah, a lot of people get stuff like that. And attitude makes all the difference. Some people decide to blame the game and then put it down. Others are like, hey, what can I do to do better? Who? Pragmatic? I miss a message? If I'm arrested and publicly executed, I want the crime to be terrorism against Canadian geese. Excuse me? If I wanted this game, I wouldn't have known a clue what I was doing. Not everyone knows basic body rune, non-enchanted ruby spike, carry through elite rooms for 35 tiers. A lot of it is experimental. Ooh, that's the highest damage volley I've ever seen. 25 mag primordial breaks 600? Hello? Bro. That's so good. What? It's even got the 2 crit parts? It's got a blade? What is this gun? It's got a fire rate of 10. I know it's burst, but the bullets are also homing. Is Blazing Volley good? Yes. Yes, it is. That's a fucking... That's a, like... Wow. Thank you, game. And we got one of these, too. The repeating cast Elemental Blast and Spawn Hydras. It's not the ×2 one, but still, it's cool. I have enough of those, though. Reload could be faster. I mean, it's max damage, though. Hyperion's so good. Like, what are the bad Hyperius guns in this game, chat? Like, the worst I can think of off the top of my head is Wizard's Pipe, and that's just kind of mid. It's not bad, it's just, like, fine. Are there bad Hyperius guns? Is Goofy with Spell Kill Extra Projectile? Oh yeah, because it fires all of those individually, doesn't it, Butter? That sounds good. Con's not bad anymore. So, think of it this way. Whatever you thought of the Sawmill before the hotfix, the Sawmill and the Con just traded places. That's what happened balance-wise. So, if you thought the Sawmill was good before yesterday's hotfix, that is exactly how powerful the Con is now. Red Hellion? Red Hellion's good. Like, I don't think there's a bad Hyperius. Really wanted a redistributor feeling type gun in this game? Last Rites. Last Rites is like the redistributor and a giant explosion and the reflux got together and just went... Fibber? What about the Fibber? Are we just saying names of items, Irish? Like, what's that about? Fibber's not in this game. Also, if you're talking franchise-wide bad guns, Fibber's not a bad gun. Complete that quest yet? Last Rites is my favorite gun in the entire game. It is truly built different. Well, that was easy. Chat, streamer luck is real. Look at this massive upgrade we just pulled. Gigaquag is a weapon. Look at this massive upgrade. I don't care about the Rampage Hill, whatever. But like... God damn. Let me put away this volley before I forget I have it. This thing's so good. Expect volley gameplay soon. You get Barbload from bunnies? Yeah, if you've killed a Melda 4. As Butter said. Snowswan, I thought you said double penetrating unkempt 3-head. Because that's just better. Enemy AI, please assist me. Isn't double penetrating always better? No. It was always popular, but no. For example, if you were Krieg, a hard unkempt herald was better. There were character-specific use cases for different prefixes for herald. Talk about hard supremacy. Still penetrating to nothing in BL3. In the case of the Herald in BL3, it just added one more total projectile. But remember, it was a prefix for other things as well. Just an increased projectile count thing. Was making a dirty joke. We are wholesome here, Stump. We are only wholesome. We have never made, or heard, or tolerated dirty jokes. How dare you insinuate that we're anything other than pure? I'm ashamed for you. If any of you say hi ashamed for you, I'm banning you. I'm not actually. My innocence is spoiled. Spoiled it! Not soiled it. Respectfully, we're all degens. Anything else is a lie. Torque is a family-friendly manufacturer. Keep your dirty minds clear. Exactly. Rumpy Pumpy is referring to, pumping the flavor into a nice rump roast. It's cooking. It's entirely about cooking. Imagine getting spawned to the world out of a crystal just for a spinning fire frost giant kill you in seconds. What a life. What a way to go. Gotta pump the rump with all the good flavor juice. True. That's just good life advice. Sorry about Stallion, I guess. Yeah, I was having too much fun. So, like, I didn't pay attention. Just got off work. Hey, Rohit, how you doing? How was work today? Calculated. Calculated barrel use. Just like how making this troll stand on my head so he didn't do animations. Calculated. $11 p.m. contemplating gaming now. It's a good idea considering the mental fatigue. Aw. Prioritize your health first. Someone's playing 4D chess. UFC is in Singapore this weekend. Big fights. Hey. I don't really follow UFC, but I'm considering catching a couple matches. How's Rick been treating you? And CowCon builds we can expect. Yeah. Con is like... There's a couple builds things I want to mess around with still. I used it a bunch today, and it's good. It's legit a good bossing gun now. However, it's still the ammo-hungriest thing in the entire game. And in many scenarios, not all, but many, it's still less efficient to use than a used great bow. But you can do some cool stuff with it, like, you know, you can boss melt with it now. And it does apply crossbolt, so you technically can do barber load stuff with it. Just like, good luck having the ammo to do that. Is the con mechanic weird? The shot pattern is very weird. Oh yeah, that was a big upgrade. One buff down, many to go till con supremacy. If it consumed less ammo, it would be in a really good place. We should boss with it. Yeah. The shot pattern isn't that disruptive against bigger targets. And because it is very spammy, if you're a Buffmeister inclined individual, Con is a good candidate for that, because you can put a lot of shots down range in a very short period of time. Jeez, why are you awake? Holy shit. How you doing? Oh, look what I got. Look what I got. I'm using this. It's good. It's good and fun. I don't know. Is Con good? Yeah, it's good now. Basically, the way the sniper rifle hierarchy structure changed is Carouser didn't move. It got buffed, but it didn't move because it's still like way up there, right underneath Skeet Prod and Great Bow. So it's still like Skeet Prod, followed by Great Bow, followed by Carouser. That's still the top three, already was. But the things that changed, Sawmill and Khan swapped places. So Khan was the only bad sniper rifle in the game before the hotfix, and it swapped places with the Sawmill. R.I.P. Sawmill. But yeah. And then the Envy didn't really change places much either. It got better, so that's cool. Oh yeah, how's your eye, cheese? I gotta use a Sawmill. I was waiting to find a good one, sad. So, like, you can still do damage with it, you can still kill with it. If anything, you can shoot it for longer than you could before. But the damage took a huge dive, and it was already in a position where it wasn't super competitive on anything outside of certain raid bosses. Like, it already lost in DPS against raid bosses to the Great Bow. Liquid Cooling, Stickies, Pixies, Sword Explosion, in the Stickies category. Lightning Fear Knots. It already lost to all those things, but now it's also losing to things like the Carouser. Think there's something stuck in it? Ugh. I get eyelashes in my eye all the time. I couldn't imagine something longer duration. You're tougher than I am. Donating all my points. A lot of people are contributing. Thermal, yeah. There's a cap of 2,000 per person. But yeah, you guys are making good progress towards that goal. What is it at now? You guys are at 12%. Yeah, you're on track. You are on track. Keep in mind though, the timer, the day counter, it does still triple crit damage. Dancing Arc Torrent. Yes. Yes. I want that. It does still count on days I don't stream, and I don't stream Sundays. So factor that in. I think the Sawmill is a communication error. I feel like for one bullet less per shot, it should have been 33% change, not 66. CZ crunched the numbers and said it worked out to 33%, I believe. CZ, if you're here, correct me if I'm talking out of my ass. But I maintain that the Sawmill shouldn't have changed at all. It didn't need a change in any way, shape, or form. It was just well balanced. Doing it on stream days? No, I have to be live. I have to be live. So that's the thing. Even if the ammo change chews through it. Right. It did nothing but hurt the gun. People who feel like it consumed too much ammo, they were definitely using non-ammo regen setups, so they're still gonna have the problem. And ammo regen setups that could already sustain it are now just doing less damage. It's literally 33, they just goofed in their calc. Cool. But yeah, Sawmill kind of cheeks. Still can kill with it. I wouldn't say it's not viable, but I would say it's the weakest of the sniper rifles to actually use. Never got the one. Math is hard. You're hard. That sounds way worse. My brain doesn't work. Ignore me. Pause. This is why you should think before you speak. What can roll on bad egg? You can get double roid, Ramit. Yeah, you can. I have roid adaptive on mine, but double roid would be the goal. That is really good. It is. No, you got one roid part. I looked at the sheet. It looked like you can get 2. But I could have. And nothing a double roll in bad egg. Okay, I stand corrected. So you get 1 roid. So, the roid adaptive wins anyway. Cool. It rolls max, but nothing twice. Ah, okay, yeah. I probably didn't look at both columns. See, this is one of the many advantages of us doing theory crafting and such as a community. Because when you're like me and have a terrible memory, you do need people around you to keep your shit straight. I remember a lot, but I can't remember everything. Most things. So that's why we kick all cans down to CZ. As the #1 Zane player, is qualified to handle all of this. Some roid on a bad egg is the only minimal increase. It kind of lets you take less melee elsewhere. Come on, man. So, like, I only have 2 savagery, and I feel less bad about that because I have roid. Did I do the thing? I did do the thing. I did do the thing. I did do the thing. Oh, Pupty, did I, I'm just double checking. Did I do the emote attribution thing for Quag Pride to you? Because I can't remember if I did or not. I think someone mentioned earlier that I didn't. It came up. That's why I'm asking. Because if not, I can do that. Oh, 227k blast jump. Doesn't look like it. The artist has to accept it, Ramen, which is why I'm asking the artist. Let me do that. Okay, should be good now. I'll have to accept once, I think. Okay, cool. We had a conversation earlier about supporting artists, friends, and such. And I like to practice what I preach. How's your afternoon? It's going well, Brucey. I'm really enjoying this feature run. It's just fun to zone out and chat while spinning around in Dreadwind. Like, it's just a fun build. Except when the evil eye crabs run away from you. Like, I swear they know. He jumped down as soon as Dreadwind was over. They fucking know. That's why they're evil. I forgot that it's soap. Honestly, it's not a big deal. Butterboom's not only right, I believe so. It has some really high dot damage with rolls and Ellie. I feel like dots from Plate My Butter are real good with that gun. I still haven't used it, but possibly. It could be like the head cannon. Headcanon has a very high status chance. So it could be in the same vein there. You've got sticky stuff on top of that. It could be pretty good, yeah. Might be onto something there. Okay, if I'm fast, we've got time for one more run. Hey Hawken, how you doing? Good to see you. Doing good, good to see you too. Glad to hear it. I should just let you shoot Dreadwind with a gun. Barbalo does that. And counter clear, by the way. You can stick crossbolt into a target and then send them with Dreadwind triggering Barbalo. So yes, I can make my melee action skill that scales with ability damage. I can make it shoot a gun. And that's funny. Now, if I also was using a Spellblade, then it'd be my melee action skill that scales with ability damage, also having spell damage added as conditional damage, then shooting a gun. Words, sentences, mechanics. That's the Quag melee brain I remember. I hate you. You baited me. Alright, one more run. One more run. I have health bug? I suppose I can't tell until I can see an enemy. But oh well, we're playing it out. I feel like I do. I don't have time to see health bars. Yeah, this is health bug. Gotta run, have a great day everyone. Take it easy, Stump. I really want them to fix this. Like, come on, man. Scored a hit. I guess this lets us see how fast a pixie build could do this, right? Just take the freebie? Yeah, I'm gonna. Primordial, Miasmic Mail. Unfortunately, it's Grave Spore. What skills does that give? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's like, that still could be good. So you see 35 crystals? It does. I'm only doing this game for some time, really. Yeah, this is... Health bug. Breathing is everything. Any difference in the behavior of cascading and bursting magic barrages? No, one has extra crit chance, but it seems like left twix versus right twix otherwise. I don't have enough experience with either to have an answer on that one, Pollination. I do want to look into magic barrages though, so maybe. Thralls, Dark Hydras. So yeah, that's good, Percy. That's good. More points in Dark Hydras was fixed, so now it means more Hydras. And more Hydras means more damage sources, which means more potential contagion triggers. It's not as good as getting contagion, but it's still good. And then the Dark Hydras Thralls combo is just more damage for everything you do while that's happening. So still very good. Projectiles are weird. Well, y'all getting us past 480k on the challenge. Yeah, get your points in if you haven't already. I'll be ending stream after this run, so get your points in for that challenge. I will say, this is satisfying, but unearned. Not the drones getting the kills, but me swinging once and one-shotting an enemy like that, that's satisfying. Sorry, LeChance. $5.51. So yeah, if you do some pixie shit, you could probably sub 5 this week's featured. Funny. Rain Bolt with 2 extra charges and spell damage. 20-second cooldown for 3 charges ain't bad. That's aesthetically pleasing. I'll take that. I worry about our ability to maintain 4% mid-challenge for starting strong. Absolutely. And we'll see how it handles Sundays. We'll see. Yeah, I think the blast chill change really killed Dreadwind. Yeah. I was worried when they first did it, but I expressed the willingness to test, and I went and tested, and Dreadwind is very much alive. Dreadwind's extremely good. Have faith in your ISP. Oh, there it is. See, Priz figures that stream's gonna crash at some point, or force me to restart at some point. So that would mean extra investment per day. Which, realistic. I'm gonna be honest. Realistic. Next up, post video on Reddit showcasing this. Only people tell you it's a bad despite the presented evidence to the contrary. Oh yeah, Stuff Beaver. People were doing that with the carouser and shit. It's just like, pain, 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 pain. Come from a country of bad ISPs. I recognize fellow sufferance. It is how it be, what it do. But that's gonna be it for today, everyone. In a little under 1 hour, I will be over on the Wonderfix again, in the official Wonderlands Discord. So come check that out. Just a quick bite-sized podcast situation talking about the impact of the hotfix. It is a weekly thing. Love to have you guys there. But if you can't make it or have other stuff you'd rather be doing, the VOD of it will be up on their YouTube channel over the weekend at some point. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what I'll do. We'll do something tomorrow. Let's see, yeah, let's go over to Lazy. Let's go over to Lazy. Finally farming peels to 2 items. Yeah, let's go over there. Raid message will be this. Ignoring Imelda's existence, Quag Chad, because it's the Chad thing to do. Div 2 playthrough is Variety dead still. Variety will probably be coming back soon. I do have an interest in playing Div 2. I might circle back around to Godfall too. Yeah, stuff, plans and things. But alright, I'll catch you guys over in Lazy's and hopefully at the Wonderfix. Other than that, I'll be live tomorrow. We'll do the thing, we'll do the stuff and things. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.